It is said that the only constant in life is change. Environments evolve, new generations become the old, champions rise and fall, and through it all, life marches on. And as we approach the first major of the year, we also remember how painful this reality can be. Despite a new setting, the Champions Cup continues to showcase the pinnacle of our sport.
Paige Pierce, Chris Dickerson,
Kristin Tattar, Isaac Robinson.
Could we see another first-time major winner? Or will the greats of our era continue on their path to history? Regardless of who is hoisting the trophy on Sunday, it is assured that that person's life will be changed forever. The 2024 Champions Cup starts now.
Good afternoon, disc golf fans, and welcome to Northwoods Park here in Morton, Illinois. It is Champions Cup time, major season here. The second PDGA major of the year, second for FPO, and the first for the MPO division. It's Tournament Central time. Round one for the FPO division is complete, and Silva Saarinen sits on top. Nate, Silva has impressed us for a long time. We saw her come onto the scene real hot. She's been dominating in Europe, and now she popped off an incredible 500 par effort. What do you think?
Well, I think that the European wins are a little bit different than the weight of the win over here. And we just saw her play her first lead card appearance a couple weeks ago. And now here she is nearly going bogey free today, Brian. The only bogey that she had on the round was the 17th, and she barely slid that one out of bounds. Her putter barely touched the ground today. And this is what has propelled her to victory over in Europe. I mean, she's the only player that I would put up against Owen Scoggins to kind of putt in that 85% range from C1X.
Nate, yeah, she putted pretty good today. 10 of 10 from Circle 1, but 20 of 22 fairway hits. And 22 meaning not just 18 fairways, but some shots on par 4s and par 5s as well. She only missed 2 fairways, Nate.
Wow.
On Northwood Black.
Unheard of.
Of course she's going to be in first place when you pair that with a perfect putting day from Circle 1. She won 5 Euro Tour events last year. She knows what it takes to win. She's waiting. She's in her early 20s, Nate. She's so young. Her career is so young. It's just beginning. What do you make of it? Is this just the beginning for her?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we've seen in the past that you don't have to be so impressive with the speed, and she's not. You know, she doesn't throw like an Eliezer or a Holland Hanley, but she knows how to hit fairways. This is the type of golf that she learned to play on over in Finland and in the woods over there. And I'm not surprised that she can come out here and shoot a 5 down. The thing I don't know about Silva is just how much she's able to handle the pressure. Round one, she's not really feeling a lot of pressure. I mean, she shot that 5 down hour and a half ago. You know, she's been in the clubhouse before those feature cards finished. So I don't think she really felt any pressure today, clearly. But when she's on the lead card, we saw her kind of struggle a couple weeks ago when she made it on that lead card, Brian. And it's hard to tell because you can't read her at all. I mean, she's so stoic. You can't get a good read on whether or not it's the cameras or the pressure or she's just not having a good day. Tomorrow, we're going to learn a lot about Silva, not only how she was able to go 20 of 22, but will she be able to handle it when the pressure gets high and when potentially there's adverse conditions out here with the rain?
Nate, we need to go back to this statistic. I think this answers the question. 20 of 22 fairways. If
That's
any of
crazy
you
stat.
have come out here and played this course recreationally, you know how just ridiculous that number is. That just doesn't happen as a fluke. And I guarantee you, most of those 20 fairway hits are not hitting the first tree and kicking into the middle of the fairway. She's puring shots. If she's able to get into circle one, make birdie putts, shoot this 5 down with a bogey, so 6 birdies out there. It's an interesting course. I don't think C1 in regulation is going to be the indicator in who's going to be at the top of the leaderboard. Unlike most tournaments that we talk about, you look at the top players in that stat category, they're all over the leaderboard. It's not just 1 through 5 like we typically see. There's players in 15th, 20th place, 25th place, all within that top 10 in that stat category. It's, can you survive out here? Can you continue to hit the fairway? Can you make decisions that lower your stress levels, lower the heart rate? And can you do that for 72 holes while keeping the putter hot? Right now, Silva's doing that, and I like her chances. Again, she's a winner. We're not going to pretend like the crowds over in Europe are not big. Yeah, we've been to Europe. We've seen disc golf. Those crowds are big. We've got to talk about some more players, though. Nate, incredible pick first round for your pick 3. Valerie Mandujano, 4 under par. She's dealing with some trigger finger right now, Nate. She's got a swollen finger. It's changing her disc selection. Talked to her sister, Alexis, who was following her. Said she really has to change the way she approaches the game. She's leaning pretty much heavily on fairway drivers, which seem to fit the best in her hand. But she has to watch everything right now because a grip lock is right around the corner. Anyone who's dealt with trigger finger knows how frustrating this is.
And just a quick read on that, that's where your finger gets stuck, right? It gets stuck bent. She can't unbend it. She not only is having to change her disc selection, but she's having to go to a fan grip, which if you've been playing with the power grip, you go to fan, it feels impossible. So really impressive start by Valerie, going 92% from C1X. But I love the point that you made about the circle one in regulation. And why do you think that is, that it's not necessarily correlating directly with our leaderboard?
Well, we talk about disc golf as the sport where it's just making less mistakes than the other people. The mistakes here are so big and they can compound one after the other. That's almost all you have to worry about. If you have a bunch of tap-ins from laying up into the circle and taking pars, that's really good. I think Cole Redolin was the one that said it in the press conference. A lot of these holes are designed to where if you're playing spectacular on a specific hole, the birdie's going to present itself and you'll score. But if you take a par, you're going to murder the field. If somebody goes even, like some of these players tied for 8th place, if they do that for all 4 rounds, they're going to move up. And I think that's what it is. I don't think you need to be an absolute killer putting the disc into birdie position, because we're probably not going to see someone shoot a 10, 11, 12 under par out here. If it is, that might be one of the best rounds ever shot in the FPO division. So that's my thought. And again, we could see it iron itself out over the 4 rounds. We could see that stat kind of correct itself. But today, in the good conditions, it felt like fairway hits were putting people towards the top. Valerie Mandujano, even with the condition with her finger, 19 of 22 fairway hits. Wow. And that's just an incredible number. Going down the list, Missy Gannon, you followed her all day on the feature card. Nate, what are your thoughts on what we saw from Missy today? Pretty solid start.
Well, talking about avoiding danger, I mean, Missy, probably one of the top 3 players in the world at avoiding danger and just not really worrying about the start. 1 over through the first 7 holes, Brian. And I was walking right there with her and Tom. Never once was she worried about where she was at or how her tournament or her round was going. She stayed patient out there. She got her first birdie on the 8th, and then she just kind of let them come her way. And then on the dangerous holes, she conceded the pars and just played to the safe side of the fairway. And what Missy does best is she never throws a shot that is outside of her comfort zone. We don't see her out of position going, oh, I think I can get up and down from over here, and then finding the deep rough. While on the other side of that, that's what I saw from Kristin today. But before we jump over to Kristin Tattar, we're going to go ahead and take a listen to what Missy had to say about her 4 under round today. Missy, how are you feeling after that 4 under par start?
I mean, I'm feeling great. We never really know coming back each year. The field's getting better. 4 under might have been good previously, but it's hard to know, and all the holes are birdieable, but there's just a lot of big numbers that could happen too. So you just have to stay patient like I did. I pretty much was slow all through the front and then got some on the back, and keeping it keeping the errors low really helps out here to be able to make those birdies matter, I guess.
Yeah, talk about that start. You bogeyed the second, and then no birdies until late in the front
Hole
nine.
11.
Hole 11,
Yeah.
not until the back.
Yeah.
So how?
I'm sorry. Hole 9. Hole 9, I think. Anyway.
How do you stay patient in those moments? Like, does your mind at all start to betray you, telling you that it's not working out?
No, not at all. I like I said, I think the experience out here is what keeps me level-headed because, I know that things are just going to kind of keep bouncing around a little bit. And keeping it kind of boring is not too bad out here. And then, like I said, I capitalized on some big putts in the back and, got the eagle on 18. So, overall, I'm feeling good about that slow and steady pace out here.
I mean, it looked like you just found out that it was a par 5. I heard you tell them
did.
that you practiced it as a par 4. Talk about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I wasn't looking at the tee signs much. Because I've been out here so many times, I just expected everything to be pretty much the same. I got to 18, which we have played in the past, a variation of it, and I don't know. I just thought it was a par 4, so that's how I was attacking it in practice. And yeah, it was kind of a nice trick that I played on myself a little bit. So yeah.
And talk about your overall thoughts on this kind of combined layout with the 4 new holes.
I like the 4 new holes. I think that it gives us a little variety on a very heavily wooded course. Being able to air out a little bit more, still have to be controlled, but I love that there's a potential finish for an eagle swing or something like that on 18. So I think it's a great addition and mix up from previous layouts.
All right, Missy, congrats on the round today, and we'll see you on the lead card again tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
Well, Nate, Kristin put together a 3-under par round. Pretty solid, but you just told me during the break that you think this could be Kristin's worst round of the tournament. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I just didn't see her best stuff today. Her forehand was off, and we know how heavily she likes to rely on that in the woods. This is actually a good forehand here and a lucky break that kind of got her back on track because you can see there in the middle of the course, Brian, hole 10, she got as aggressive as she did all day. She had this weird kind of staggered gap 12 feet in front of her. She had a clear decision to make whether or not to lay it up or to try and pipe that gap with her hips open. She ended up trying to go for it, hits the tree, worst case scenario kick, and then she has to lay up for a double bogey there. And then she let that double bogey affect her with a 22-foot putt on 11. She didn't take her normal routine. She bogeyed that one. It just didn't seem like her day, and I felt like if she does bring the forehand for the next 3 rounds, I really feel confident that 3 down is the low side for her.
Well, it has to be. I mean, look at the finish. It was fantastic. I think to start like that, and at a course like this where it's very easy to spiral, I think she was the one that even said that earlier in the week, but to go double bogey here and then to say, it's time to snap into focus and then get the birdie on 12 to kick things off, that to me says that she got all the stuff out early. I thought the forehand looked great. Yeah, she got a little bit aggressive and she got punished for it, but think of how many other players are going to be doing that. Yeah. It feels like you fall behind so quick and you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, I can't go that far over par. But then you look at Missy Gannon when she was 1 over through 7. 1 over is going to put you in a tie for 11th place after the first round. That's not a terrible spot to be. So I also agree with you. I think Kristin got her first round out here at the kind of black gold hybrid that they're playing. And she's going to be tough to beat. I think there's a lot of women that are playing this course really well, but the fact that she didn't bring her best stuff, from your opinion, and shot the 3 down, that's scary stuff. Lots more disc golf to talk about, folks, but we have to get to a commercial break. On the other side, we're going to be talking about the men coming up this afternoon.
PDGA reinvests membership funding into support for programs like the Competition Endowment, Youth and Education Program, and Marco Polo Program, all of which help grow the sport in communities around the world. Get started today. Visit pdga.com/join.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Felt good to put a performance together like that. You know, feel like my putt was pretty solid. You know, I missed a lot in the circle, missed a lot of opportunities to make a run at Simon, but throwing the disc is what's really been the struggle, and I finally feel like the disc doesn't feel foreign in my hands. I feel like I have total control over it, backhand, forehand, and thankfully it's actually a blessing that the weather's been so poor, because it's actually kept me off the course and overdoing it. So gotten pretty solid practice in. I'm going to come back later, play the front nine one more time, and then it's go time.
Well, Nate, we talked about it a little bit this morning, but last week at MCO, we had a star-studded leaderboard of names that we feel like we've seen for such a long time. Lizotte, McBeth, Dickerson, Wysocki, Coling, all giving us highlight-worthy rounds day in and day out last week in Nashville. What do you make of it? I mean, it's beautiful stuff. I think a lot of disc golf fans who've been around a long time are rejoicing right now.
I felt like a kid who just got his first bicycle with no training wheels. Like, I was so happy to see these people up at the top again. I mean, you know, Simon, of course, has inspired so many to pick up this sport, and Paul and Ricky's, 2014 World Championship is what got me into the game. So seeing these guys, I think, made a lot of people happy out there. I am sad that we're missing Simon Lizotte this week. I mean, to watch those pixels fall in from distance in Nashville last week was a thing of beauty. And he texted me today, Brian. He texted me a photo of him, his newborn child, and Natalia. Everyone's doing well, everyone's healthy. So his daughter was born today, so of course it makes sense that he's missing this tournament, but I think a lot of people are going to be sad to not see him play this week.
Of course, and to see him play as well as he did. I mean, I think that was the best full weekend of disc golf that we've ever seen from Simon, but he kind of told us, he's like, when there's a lot going on in my outside life, it seems like disc golf's really easy because it's the only place that I can fall into and put all my focus in. But let's talk about the rest of these guys. I mean, Chris Dickerson is a previous Champions Cup champion, and we haven't really talked about him much today. This is one of my favorite Woods players of all time, and to see him do so well at a course in Nashville with not a lot of tree coverage, it's special. Because to me, it shows he's got this side of the game. Yes, he's dealing with a hip injury. That's going to be something he deals with for the rest of his life, but the speed is still there. He was ripping the disc forehand and backhand, but then on hole number 4 out there, he's throwing this little old man roller, laying it down as hard as he can, getting it to quick flip. He did that 3 out of 3 rounds. This is one of the most technical throwers of the backhand that we've ever seen, and he's a winner in the Woods. I love that the Champions Cup is that wooded major that we're going to have year in and year out, and he's won it. This is a guy we need to keep our eye on right now. He just got the big boost of confidence. He's had a great season so far. Yep. What do you think?
Well, I mean, he just had his 3rd top 10 finish in a row. So I saw everything I needed to see from Chris Dickerson out there at Mill Ridge. After hearing about the hip, we couldn't tell just by looking at him that he was lacking. He had plenty of power, like you said. And yeah, he won the USDGC out in the open, and then he won Champions Cup in the dense woods. So the man can play anywhere, and the putter is what's always impressed me. I know you've always talked about his ability to shape on the backhand, but he is able to control the release of his putts as good as anybody ever has. He can slow it down. I feel like sometimes it doesn't even make a full rotation on its way to the basket, Brian. So I'm big on Chris Dickerson this week. That's why I chose him in my Perks picks.
Well, I before we move on, I want to say I agree with you. What's really interesting to watch him putt is sometimes they come out with so many revs and there's no wobble whatsoever. And then on some putts, he's putting maybe 2 revs on the disc, which is, you wonder how much he actually controls that. I think it's a question for a future interview if he comes into the clubhouse today. But Nate, let's move on. Eagle McMahon's back.
Yes.
Eagle McMahon is finally back. He's signed with MVP. He's raving about how he's found stabilities in the drivers that sing to him. He feels like he has everything that he needs to be successful, but we haven't gotten to see it. What do you think?
Well, I don't think we're going to see the 14 speed this week. I would,
Hopefully not.
I would guess he's going to dial it back. And honestly, these kind of courses have given Eagle trouble in the past. I know that there's a part of the European Open track that you can compare to this, and I know that Eagle's been a champion at Idlewild, but I've seen the woods really get into his head a bit. So I'm going to be very keen to see how dialed he is on the slower disc with MVP. I'm curious if he's going to be probably tossing a hex a lot. He might be throwing a insanity, pretty slow. So I'm curious to see what the bag is, and I'm just excited that he's back playing. I mean, he's an icon of the sport, and thought we were going to get him last week in Nashville, but this will do.
Well, we were getting early on, Nate. Early on in the season, we were getting this Big Four narrative. We get these Big Four graphics popping up with Niklas and Gannon and Kyle and AB. And I'm sitting back thinking, yes, these guys are phenomenal. So exciting to talk about them and see their successes. Where's Eagle McMahon? Where's the other guy that we need to be talking about? It felt like we were talking about him every single weekend for so long.
Yeah.
And he's another person that fits right into this narrative. And I actually think this could be a weekend for him to gain some huge momentum because he's still taking a lot of time off the forehand. He's putting a lot of effort into diversifying the backhand. Was watching him in practice. He was throwing a lot flatter shots. He was controlling the nose angle. He was controlling the spin rate, the wing angle of release. I don't think he's the one trick hyzer, guy that we have anymore. This is a brand new player. And I think Eagle knows that he's a new player. So we could very easily see him take down a major championship as well. Down to Isaac Robinson, Nate, defending champion of this tournament. Do you think he has what it takes? His brother was giving him some grief in the press conference. What do you think?
He's got a lot of adversity in front of him. I mean, I don't know how many major champions have won after missing cash the previous week. And I know it's one tournament, but 71st last week in Nashville, that really hurts. It has to affect your confidence, even if you are the reigning world champ and defending Champions Cup. You missed the cut. And you didn't play well in your final round at Jonesboro, and you end up taking 10th when you should have been contending for the win. So I'm just speculating here, but I have to imagine that his confidence is not at an all-time high right now. And we say defending, it's a brand new course, and while there are some similarities in the technicality required, I think this is just a different track. It's asking for different shapes off the tee. I think it's a little bit more demanding off the tee. You can't quite scramble as much for birdies when you're out of position. So it's a tall task for Isaac, but it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world. I'll tell you that.
Well, again, the course does set up for a player like maybe a Calvin Heimberg. I watched him shoot the course record 9 under par. I believe it was either last year or the year before. And it was a lot of power push hyzers. These shots that come out on hyzer, they ride the corner, and as they're riding the corner left, they're flipping up to flat to gain extra distance and not crash out too early. Is that a shot that I would put Isaac Robinson on my Mount Rushmore for? No, I wouldn't. Would I put him on my Mount Rushmore for guys that can hit a gap with power and finish straight? 100% yes. But on this course, there aren't too many 450-foot corridors that you need to be hitting like W.R. Jackson or something like that. So we'll just have to see. This is his chance to prove and be back-to-back champion here at Champions Cup. We did talk to him at the press conference. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Everybody puts in a little more work once majors roll around because to kind of answer the next question, they're the ones that really matter in our sport. You're looking at the careers of, Macbeth and Wysocki and people like that, where they've won countless DGPT events, and you don't even know how many they've won really, unless you look it up. But you know how many majors they win, out of the top of your head. And so that's kind of the way I look at it. These are the ones that matter. These are the ones that kind of define a career. And so, I'm putting more work in on these weeks than usual.
Well, Nate, again, this is not Northwood Black completely that we're playing. There are a few holes that have been brought back and modified a little bit from the Northwood Gold layout. Again, we've been playing tournaments here, whether it's Ledgestone, World Championships, for a very long time. Black is what we've been settling on, but for this week, there are some holes out in the orchard that we're bringing into play. Let's compare some of the new ones with what we've seen in the past.
All right, so we're looking at Emerson Keith 2019 World Championship. This is hole 8 for the Worlds. It's going to be hole 9 this year. Roller was a popular play that year, Brian, but this year Nate has put this nasty OB line in. This roller, it would take a madman for someone to lay down a roller. The fairway is only 55 feet across, and that's all the way down the fairway too. And they've also backed this hole up. Brian, walk us through this one.
Yeah, again, this is a hole where the roller was so exciting because you'd be in the parking lot and you'd see them coming in. They're just one after the other, and you'd see guys get an eagle look on this 600 plus foot par 4, but now it's stretched out. The OB, like you said, is not that wide.
No,
so
it's tight.
Air shot has to come out with aggression because there's extra distance now, and now the basket is in a longer position, Nate. There's even more that they have to work with. So it used to be kind of this low ceiling flat skip shot. There's the FPO basket right there. We're pushing back to a new basket. So I would still, as much as it is an old fairway from the Gold Course, this is a Northwood Black twist on this old hole. I really like the way it's laid out. What do we have here, Nate?
So this is hole 10. This was one of the nastiest holes on the course at the 2019 World Championships. It's going to be hole 10 this year. They've backed this tee back, Nate, 120 feet. It's right behind us, guys. And this was one of the hardest holes on the course from the old tee pad. Because of how tiny this landing zone is, this is our new tee right here. And I have to say, just how congested it feels when you're standing on this tee pad. You've got generators going off. You got all kinds of fans, spectators walking around. Depending on where you're teeing off, you've got the starter calling people over on hole 1. So there's a lot to think about on this hole. This ceiling right here is too small for most people to go through. There are a lot of people are actually playing this hyzer out over the parking lot. Ideal landing zone is somewhere right here on top. Even better is down here on this second tier right here. And then, of course, you've got this slight turn in the fairway, and it just starts to funnel in. It's maybe 18 feet from left to right. And this is currently playing as the 4th hardest hole in the course, but I think it's going to finish as the 2nd or 3rd hardest hole behind 12, behind potentially 14. This is a rare birdie, Brian.
I like the fact that we're watching players still lay down these crazy cut rollers in practice. I think we're going to see quite a few of them initially for players trying to feel things out. I don't think it's going to last. I think a lot more players are going to play for position, give it the respect, take the par, and move on. As with many holes out here at Northwoods, it's major time, folks. MPO about to go out for round number 1. We're wrapping things up here for Tournament Central. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. We'll see you later this evening.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for Victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Whichever way it went, it was going to be a lifetime memory for me.
You can't control what anybody else does, so just worry about what you're doing. Do the best you can.
This is what I really wanted. Follow your heart and just be fearless and brave, and amazing things will happen. And
Playing in my home state, I have probably hundreds of people ready for me. All that emotion kind of came out.
The Disc Golf Pro Tour heads north to the Illini State, where the challenging Northwood course awaits. The most elite players in the world compete for the first major of the year. Live only on the Disc Golf Network.
Good afternoon and welcome to the opening round of the 2024 PDGA Champions Cup presented by Bushnell. We're at Northwood Park in Morton, Illinois. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside Nate Sexton and three-time world champ in Nate Doss. Guys, first men's major of the year. We're at an iconic course that's going to provide plenty of challenge. The question is, how does one gear up for this? What are you thinking? What are you doing coming into a major?
Well, I think you're excited for one. I mean, this is kind of the real kickoff to the season in a way. I feel like you have the early season, and now this first major kind of gets you into the meat of everything. And just in seeing the social media coming across my feed, the players are just excited, and I'm excited too. Just watching that little teaser, I'm getting that major feeling.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, we have 4 days of great action before we get there. But, man, you only get 4 opportunities to put an M next to your name every single year. And I guarantee you, each and every player in the field is ready, excited, prepared, hopefully. And come Sunday afternoon, they're ready for that championship moment.
Well, we've seen some red-hot play so far this year. We've also seen who's ready to go. The likes of Paul McBeth, who has really just turned things on as of recently. And I think back recently, meaning just this past weekend, McBeth, a second-place finish, the best performance we've seen from him in quite some time, guys.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, all is right with the world. I think, as well as I know Paul, I didn't have specific conversations with him about kind of that rut he was in. I almost have to think his body wasn't quite right because he's just too skilled. I cannot imagine him having a downturn that extended as we see all these amazing highlights from Nashville without it being injury related. And I think this bodes well for him, obviously, coming into form.
Yeah, I mean, the big story heading into last weekend was the fact that he had missed cash at JBO. And then all of a sudden, boom, he's right back at it, just behind Simon there, taking second place. So the thing I notice is he's making putts. That's the big thing. Remember when he had to pull out of the European Open? It was the putting that was actually injuring him. Couldn't really putt. So seeing that guy make that many putts was pretty amazing last weekend.
Well, there's still a race as he's trying to hunt down one Ken Climo for major victories. We see Climo with 18 majors in all, McBeth with 17, everyone else quite a distance behind, and I see one Nate Doss over there on that list as well with 5 majors to your name, Nate, and 3 of those, of course, being world titles. And someone not on that list but would love to get his first. Talking about, someone not on that list but has one already is Eagle McMahon. And last year, when he came back from injury, he decided to do it with authority and pick up a win at the European Open.
Yeah, this was 2 years ago at the European Open. And you're right, Terry, this would be his first Champions Cup. And he came close last year, finishing second place to Isaac Robinson. But what a performance that was. That was after months of time off. He came back and won in in one of the most incredible battles we've ever seen with him and Paul McBeth absolutely dominating the field. And that was after, again, months of time off. This is a very similar situation. He wanted to play last weekend, but couldn't. I think a smart move by Eagle. Don't rush it if you don't have to, but he's here for the major.
Yeah, I think that was if memory serves, it was Eagle 1, McBeth 2, then 16-stroke gap to, I believe, Kevin Jones. Just an absurd level of play from those two guys. And it doesn't really surprise me that Eagle did so well coming off the break, because he is one of the most intentional and kind of careful and takes the physicality really seriously and the maintenance of his body. So I think he would not rush back. So I expect a good weekend from him.
Well, speaking of expectations this weekend, we've got our Canna current conditions, and Brian Earhart is out there on the ground. Brian, what are you experiencing for the weather out there?
Oh, man, Terry, today is the day to get some birdies. It's still very, very nice outside. I mean, it's light jacket weather. It's perfect spring day out here in Illinois. But, yeah, I think it's going to be nice. The wind is not that high, and obviously we're playing Northwoods, so they're not going to feel too much of it. So I think it's a great day to play golf.
Appreciate it, Brian, as we're seeing the temperature just shy of 60 degrees, and most importantly, no rain today in the forecast. Ezra Aderhold has a par putt and comes up just short on the 9th. That is a new extended basket that we're seeing there on that particular hole. Got Robert Burridge on 17. Oh, this is basket hunting, and checks up underneath the pin. Birdie coming from Burridge. Greg Barsby trying to save his par on the 9th.
Early leader, 3 under par.
And the jumper is good. Barsby a clean front 9.
Yeah, more importantly here, bogey free, as you just said. When you're playing in a major and you're playing at Northwood Park, bogey free is good.
Paul McBeth and Anthony Barella about 20 minutes away from tee time as we take on the major. We'll be back in a moment.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Backup hole. Y'all ready for this?
Girl, we're always ready. Yep. Sarah, have you tried this new True Athlete pre-workout? It's so good. Good food, good birdie.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Soup's up. What's even in there? It is birdies.
Champions Cup is a PDGA major and presented by Bushnell. Let's push the sport together. And we invite you to head on over to the Disc Golf Pro Tour Pro Shop, pick up some special discs from one Kristin Tattar. You can click on that QR code to get you there. They have all of them that are featured, including Champion Cup champion Kristin from last year. You can scan that QR code to check them out on the Pro Shop.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the 2024 PDGA Champions Cup Disc Golf Tournament. On behalf of the presenting sponsor, Bushnell, the PDGA, and the Leadstone team, we welcome you to Northwood Park. This is card number 2, the 2:25 tee time. First off the tee box, from Gray, Tennessee, the 2022 tournament champion, Chris Dickerson.
Doesn't get much better than that for Chris Dickerson.
Next off the box, from Scottsdale, Arizona, two-time world champion, Ricky Wysocki.
That is the nightmare situation on this hole. Kicking left where there is out of bounds.
From
Yeah,
Kuopio,
you'd almost have to
Finland,
imagine that is for sure out of
Nicholas
bounds without the second kick.
Antala.
That checks up inbounds
Rounding
for
out the
Antala.
number 2 card from Safety Harbor, Florida, Calvin Heimer.
Calvin asking for it to be nice, says he's going to be looking for a birdie on hole 1. Ezra Aderhold trying to push up the fairway on the very difficult 10th.
This is an insanely difficult par 4, 722 feet, but if your tee shot is not in the absolute perfect position, you're forced to lay up. Then you have this long corridor that Barsby still has to deal with. We've seen a lot of bogeys on this hole today, only 3 birdies.
And it's been a couple years since we've played this basket position, and I think the rough shows that. That's not been stomped down like some other areas of the course, so you can see why some people are getting in major trouble there.
Yeah, and a big extended tee pad as well on that hole that they've put in for this year, as we see Robert Burridge off the tee, 18. Redolin, though, has a birdie look.
Drop. Come on, bro.
Just outside circle 1 there.
Chandler Kramer currently out in front at 4 under, and two of our best frontmen include Brian Earhart. He's with the PDGA's own Grant Zellner. Let's hear from them now.
Grant, round one is underway, and you were walking around all morning covering the women, interviewing the women's players. But what did you make of the action today?
You know, it's interesting. Some of the players really have it in their mind that this is a marathon, and so they weren't too harsh on themselves if they didn't get off to the start they wanted. Others feel the need to get off to a very fast start, and there were even some that are in the chase and even the lead card that felt like they would have liked to have started faster. So it's interesting seeing the mental aspect of the game when all we've been talking about is the physical nature of this course.
Well, Grant, yes, this is an FPO major, and yes, this is a pretty big production, but there's a lot more going on right now for women's disc golf. Can you talk about it?
Sure. We're inside of a month to go before Women's Global. The Women's Global event's been going on for years, every other year. This year, it's May 18th and 19th. Last time around, more than 3,000 players participated across 27 divisions from around the world. They compete globally thanks to round ratings. This year, they'll do the same. And what we need people to do is, if you're a showrunner, if you're a tournament director, there's still time to register a tournament and to have a tournament as part of Women's Global. If you're a player, we need you to register for those tournaments. I know a lot of us like to wait until the last minute sometimes to register. We're not sure if we'll be off work or whatever. This is one of those cases where go ahead and register now so that those tournament directors know what to expect. 3,000 people last time around, so get in while you can.
Well, I'm going to keep you in the hot seat here, Grant. What else does the PDGA have going on right now?
Well, here in just a few days, April 30th to be exact, that's the deadline if you'd like to be considered as a candidate for the board of directors. The number one way you can participate with the PDGA, you can offer us feedbacks in a number of ways, but the biggest one is voting in that election. But if you're a little more ambitious than that, consider being a member of the board of directors. So you need to submit your materials by the 30th. All of those materials are at pdga.com. And then you go through the process of being selected as a candidate, and then perhaps I'll get a chance to interview you and hear what you want to do for the game of disc golf.
Ooh, an interview from Grant Zellner, one of the scariest things in disc golf. Back to you guys at the booth. Thanks, Grant.
I appreciate the insight, guys, and of course a couple of very important deadlines as Grant was just talking about. We see Heimberg lining up for birdie.
So close to out of bounds. I was wondering where that line was. It is right there. So fortunate for Heimberg to get the brakes on, just inches from Obi.
I think it's fair to say most competitors aren't worried about going long on hole number one. So even if you find yourself with that great a distance, it might not be the worst thing in the world to have a circle's edge putt to save a par if you were to happen to go that deep.
I always personally found that OB a bit cruel. If you did somehow find your way 490 feet through the woods, right past the basket, there's out of bounds waiting for you. At least they've built this wall now, though. That wasn't always there.
Ansala on target for the par save.
That's a good par save as well. That left side, not easy. I think Wysocki got in some major trouble over there.
What a start for Dickerson.
Real statement drive. I mean, just picture perfect. No need for luck. He just hit it with conviction and turned that thing perfectly. Basically an ace run, which you don't see too often on this hole. That's Rick for double bogey after the out of bounds.
Barsby out of position on 11, trying to scrape together a par save, and you'll have a look.
That's a pretty good effort there from a standstill position. Be able to get all the way just past pin high.
And that was Redolin's birdie look.
2 holes in a row, kind of stroke slipping away from Cole. That's frustrating.
Yeah, and we are aware, it sounds like there is scorekeepers trying to just get things all figured out. There were not aces by Chandler Kramer or Jesse Niemanen on the par 5, hole number 12.
On the hardest hole in the world.
Yeah, on the hardest. So, yes, there's going to be some adjustment there, and I'm sure we'll have that scorekeeper. That automatically then updates the rest of our scoring. So, just know that it's all getting worked out. Here's Barsby for par. Incredible par save. Good scramble there by Barsby. Will remain at 2 under for the round. And we're just about 10 minutes away from Paul McBeth going after his 18th major when we return.
With this collaboration with Discraft and Grip, the goal is to make the best bag in disc golf on and off the course. This bag is designed beyond the course. This is made for the travel, this is made for the tour. It's really made for the athlete of the sport. So many new changes that I can't wait to show off and others see and use and utilize. I believe disc golfers will love this new bag.
We're continuing the 40th anniversary celebration of both the AVR and the XD. We're bringing back the hands stamp for the AVR in a KC Galactic plastic.
If there is any disc that is iconic to disc golf, it's the AVR.
And in the XD, the original AVR XD artwork coming back. And this is available in a metal flake black star.
Dickerson on the tee of 2.
We saw it in the opening. Chris Dickerson is the champion 2 years ago in the Champions Cup out in Appling, Georgia.
I think he'll like that position. That looked like a good drive to me. Up to the top of the hill gives you opportunity for that almost 90-degree right swing.
With Robert Burridge.
I mean, Robert's had a great back 9. He did bogey on 11, but since then has picked up 4 birdies.
It was interesting.
The last 3 in a row.
I was just going to say it was interesting to hear the likes of McBeth yesterday at the press conference say he feels like things really slow down and become that much more challenging on the back half of this course. So when you're seeing players string together some birdies, just as you just mentioned with Burridge, I think that carries even extra weight, knowing that players know the back is looming and plays more challenging.
I mean, yeah, Burridge being 2 under on the 12, 13, 14, 15 stretch is phenomenal. I don't know that we're going to see much better than a 2 under. I think personally that's the hardest 4-hole stretch on the planet. So that section of the course, absolutely brutal.
The rest, inside the marked relief area, must proceed to the marked
Eagle
front
McMahon,
in the fairway.
just about 5 minutes away from teeing off. It has been, wow, his career has been a roller coaster of some incredible play, but also some significant setbacks. You look back at the 2019 US DGC, and on that putt, actually after pounding the ground, went on to hurt his hand, which would become a lingering injury for quite some time. And then you fast forward, well, shooting a video, he did something to his shoulder. That was back in October of 2021. And then more recently, we see some of these other challenges he's had with his shoulder. Such an electric player and so skilled and so natural, and then to see him sideline like we have has been just so grueling for so many of his fans, and himself including. And then last weekend opted out of the Music City Open to make sure that he was fully prepped for this weekend. He's less than 3 minutes away from teeing off.
If you are on the line and your disc is touching inbounds, like normal rules like that,
He's getting final words and instruction from our starter, Mark Canada. And when we return, Eagle McMahon tees off at the Champions Cup.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at PowerDGA.com.
The newest disc to my collection is the Drive. Passion, fierce, these are things that I feel when I play disc golf, and drive for me is something that I feel so strongly. I was looking for something in between like a Surge SS and a Zeus. I wanted something that could get me like the full S flight without having to try as hard as I would with the Zeus. Finding myself feeling a lot more confident with this disc in my hand in the woods than I've ever been before. This just felt like such a natural step to create my dream driver.
back. Kelvin Heimberg throwing his second on hole 2.
Calvin a little short of ideal position. Has to play a force over. Does all right with it though. I mean, he's got himself a manageable putt. This is just perfect position from Dickerson and a fantastic upshot. He's making his intentions clear early.
And Robert Burridge with a great round, as you just heard his cartmate say. 3 under to open up here on Thursday afternoon. See what those 3 unders are doing. Andrew Marweed currently 3 under, just with hole 18 left to play. Jakub Samarad doing some work. He's 3 under through the front 9. Looks like our lead card is ready to go. Let's get to the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the 2024 PDGA Champions Cup Disc Golf Tournament. On behalf of the presenting sponsor, Bushnell, the PDGA, and the Ledgestone team, we welcome you to Northwood Park. This is card number 1, 2:45 tee time. First off of the box, from Lawrenceville, Georgia, the defending tournament champion, the reigning world champion, Isaac Robinson.
This is looking pretty good. Just short left side.
Next off the tee, from Huntington Beach, California, 6-time world champion, Paul McMahon. Next up, from Boulder, Colorado, Eagle McMahon.
Whoa.
Rounding out card number 1, from Scottsdale, Arizona, Anthony Barella.
This looks like a putter from Barella. Pretty incredible.
Very fortunate. Oh my goodness.
Man.
That high left side makes it through everything. Let's watch it again here. Look how many branches and tree trunks he misses.
I was so worried about that left kick. I mean, he's on the outside of what you would call the fairway down that entire late stretch. And then just a little gravy at the end, kicks right to absolute park jump.
Oh boy.
Wow, tougher than it appeared, Calvin. Wow, really no opportunity to get that to the basket.
Andrew Marweed has a birdie look on 17. And you usually know the result when Andrew Marweed has a putter in his hand, right? There's not a lot of doubt what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think over the last 2 seasons, he's been the #1 putter on tour. Barsby chopping through a little bit.
Such a critical tee shot. Like we said, you know, calling it the hardest hole in the world. If you got to play from behind, play from out of position, you're just one more mistake away from a 7 or worse. It's just so demanding, that 12th.
Yeah, just puts so much pressure on you to execute multiple shots in a row that are nearly perfect. That's the name of the game, and, well, we've seen a bunch of perfect shots so far from Chris Dickerson, especially here on hole number 2.
Standstill forehand for McMahon, trying to recover after that shank that he had to open up. And now we'll see what his putting looks like from just inside the circle.
Yeah, just a crazy late release from McMahon there on the tee.
Saw Barella throw a putter. I believe McBeth threw, looked like a mid-range on that hole off the tee. It was flying very slowly.
It might have been the same putter, actually.
Putter.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I couldn't
downhill.
see it exactly, but I just saw this the flight.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. It's a power shot. The downhill helps, but I think more players going to be going fairway there than putter. That's for sure. Okay.
Wow. Dickerson getting through a long way here on hole number 3.
The second shot for Greg Barsby on 12, just trying to get over the bridge. And that's a great landing zone for Greg Barsby.
Over the bridge in 2, you take that.
I saw Isaac expressing this week in the lead up that he's never been more excited for a tournament in his life, and it's got to be a good feeling hearing his name, defending champion, reigning world champion. I mean, what a time to be Isaac Robinson. I think he's really looking forward to playing some disc golf in the woods.
Yeah, and just think about the development of Isaac Robinson in effectively 365 days. I mean, you know, starting this tournament a year ago, he was a good player, not a great player, had 1 victory on tour. And now he's a 2-time major champion. And now he's hitting this season. It hasn't gone as well as he would have liked. And that's a nice recovery there from Eagle McMahon. It hasn't gone the way he has liked, but now he's back here defending. Does that bring a different feel to him from experience? It definitely does. There's some added amount of energy that gets kicked up when you're the defending champion.
And part of that excitement may come from yesterday at the presser. He said, it's the hardest course I've ever played. I would say it's the hardest course in the world, as he was referencing this particular track. And AB, well, nothing hard about that one. Taps in on hole number 1.
AB has played well at the Ledgestone event that plays this course as, you know, a part of it. And you know, we always talk about him not being so great in the woods. I think we just think that because he's such a big thrower, but clearly he can be effective in the woods.
Yeah,
as
he's
well as the open.
on another level this year for sure, as Marweed's throwing his 3rd on hole number 18.
I'd say that's pretty good. Getting, you know, just outside circle 2 after 3. I'll have a long look at birdie. 18 over 1,000-foot par 5. Speaking of par 5s, we have Dickerson here throwing his 2nd shot, 947-foot par 5.
This is good position. That's a little long.
Yeah, you'd like that to hook up earlier, to play around the bend a little tighter. Marweed, can he put one more in from long range? This one from deep in circle 2, not able to convert. Tree free. Exactly what you're looking for out here. And Barella looking good after the first 2 tee shots.
Yeah, he's just on the backside there. Should have perhaps a delicate backhand hyzer or maybe just a little step out forehand to the basket. This is a lot of left energy, but a flat skip. I think he'll be fine with that position. I wonder how much, if any, forehand we will see from Eagle McMahon. I'm not sure.
We saw it on that second shot.
Yeah,
as a recovery.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much he's willing to go to it these days, and with the injury history, I don't know where he's at with that. So a developing story we'll kind of see as the round goes on.
It's an interesting thing too, because you go and get surgery, your doctor's going to tell you you're going to come back stronger than you started. So believe in it, but there's a mental aspect to that as well. And take a look here at the first 2 tee shots of AB. We can see that yellow putter. Got very fortunate here on number 1.
Yeah, this is maybe the highest shot ever thrown on hole 1.
Looks like the same disc on 2.
Yeah, and we know that he's relying heavily on his backhands. He said that in the presser, but Brian Earhart talked to him even more. What insights did you get out of him, Brian?
I don't know, Terry. I just feel like there are certain stretches of time playing disc golf tournaments where you find that one disc that just sings to your soul. It's like a joystick, and you can just close your eyes and throw it wherever you want. Right now, that's the disc. And funny enough, Paul, on his tee shot, threw the exact same run of the exact same disc. So whatever it is, it's working out for both of them. But, yeah, AB's throwing it like he could play with a blindfold on right now.
Well, good eye there, Sexton. You noticed it right away that Paul throwing the same putter on hole 1 as Anthony Barella. Looked like he threw the same one here on hole number 2 as well.
Yeah, I think so. I've never considered putter off either of those tees. Obstructed birdie look. You'd like to be just a little bit farther up the fairway to give yourself the true straight shot we saw from Dickerson. Requires some tricky shaping from that location. This is a little bit better. Yellow putter count. Going a little higher.
Exactly. And we were just talking about the sidearm. He threw for the second shot on 1 and now throwing at the second shot here on 2. The 1-on-1 was pretty good recovery.
Makes me think Barella's shot is going to be pretty obstructed if he's even deeper into the fairway than McMahon was.
Marweed looking for a par to close out and also a share of the lead.
it just goes to show you the challenge here at Northwood Park. 3 under the lead early in the tournament, but usually we'd see somebody pop off something a little bit lower than that. As all the players have said, this course is insanely challenging.
It's a little too stable. Maybe a good tree for Anthony.
Yeah, I think AB wanted just a little bit of a steeper angle, wanted to try to chop at it and let the disc just kind of float down the hill, just had it a little too wide.
Ooh, that can be very difficult over on that right side. You see how thick those trees are. There's just no clean way out of there. Should set up a birdie look.
Yeah, I think Dickerson did a good job there with all that foliage that he was in, and he actually got a lot of it on that swing to get that accurate. Very nice for Chris.
Catching up with Joel Freeman on the tee of 16. The downhill, very attackable par 3. Joel's got it figured out, at least here in round 1.
Whoa, man.
That was a very early release on that putt for Anthony Barella.
And you know that's going to cast just a little bit of doubt in his release for now what would be a par putt.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a little bit of a mental lapse, honestly, for him. Maybe just a little lackadaisical. Didn't really pop it through that gap, but oh, what a pop putt there from Isaac Robinson.
4 seconds is all you need, folks. Line him up and knock him down.
And there was a little bit of frustration in Isaac after the second shot. But my mind, when it comes to Isaac, if he's clean off the tee and in circle 2 on most holes, he's going to shoot a pretty good round. Because he's just such a good putter on average.
This is a gut check type of putt after that simple mistake. Edge of circle.
Well, there's our answer. Barella right into the center. So able to quickly forget the mental lapse moments earlier.
Golf is a funny game in that way where, you know, all things, in hindsight, all things being equal, if he just kind of chains out from 50 and misses and taps in, whatever, par. You do it that way, you go through this emotional roller coaster, you get this frustration, but then you also get this positive feedback of like, I got to clutch up. And I didn't think I was going to be in this position. I'm uncomfortable now. And then you put one perfectly in the center. You can almost take a more positive mental outlook to the third hole than you would have had it just gone totally normal to plan.
Feinberg will have a birdie look from there after the birdie on 16 by Freeman. We catch up with him on 17's tee shot.
Yeah, we've got static cams on 16, 17, and 18 this year. It's going to be great to see a lot of the action on that finishing set of holes.
Freeman's likely going to be in the casual water. And Dickerson puts it on top, which does not count.
Mark that or I can. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Greg just pitch this back to the middle. I don't know that forward progress is a good strategy. Yeah, I like that.
Years ago, I remember saying something similar to that on this hole, and then Macbeth smashed it from like 80 out of the woods, I think.
Yeah, Ricky.
But you, 100%.
Yeah, yeah. Not to say it's impossible. I just don't know that it's smart.
It was the smart move,
yeah.
for sure.
And Greg is still 200 feet away.
Yeah, yeah.
he's got this up and down to secure single bogey, which honestly is about average on this hole. It's the closest thing we have in this game to a par 6.
Heimberg for birdie on the 3rd. That'll be his first one of the tournament. He's now 1 under.
That's about what you want to see here, working it slowly to the right. That sets you up with as much angle as possible to swing back left. This hole kind of a question mark type shape to it, where it jogs right initially and then hard back all the way around to the left. Technical par 5.
And even making our catch cam turn around, so a great shot by McBeth.
Are we going back to the yellow putter count here, Sexton?
Oh, you know it. Needs the drift. I don't know that this is as much as you would like. He's going to be in a little bit worse spot.
Yeah, I mean, putting a premium on just being in the fairway, regardless of how much distance he gained there. I mean, he's about, say, 100 feet behind McBeth at this point.
Yeah, but
in the fairway.
Fairway is good. You cannot argue with that on this course.
You see Eagle going much more aggressive, much faster disc here, and way more distance.
Get out of there. Wow, that was nearly a very special drive. I think he's still going to have opportunity to make something happen. But that was aggressive, to be sure.
You see the mentality difference there for Eagle.
Yes.
Much faster disc, trying to gain a lot of distance, versus Anthony Barella trying to just keep it in the fairway.
Solid shot from Dickerson into circle 1. That is Joel Freeman down under the bridge, looking for a birdie.
There's casual water down there. We saw Owen Scoggins basically jump into it and play from there this morning. We'll see if that remains throughout the weekend. But Joel Freeman put some birdies together. He's heading into his final hole of the first round, sitting at 4 under.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Joel's scorecard. He has just 1 par in the last 12 holes. He's got 4 bogeys, a bunch of birdies in there. So you got to hand it to Joel. Nice run of 3 birdies here at the end of his round. Let's see if he can make it 4 on 18.
Speaking of 4, we have Nicholas Antala on 4. And we take another look at this. The drive by Antala, powered by Nakwa. Coming in with just the right amount of speed and power. As they say over at Nakwa, that's lifestyle power.
And I mean, clearly different company, but yellow putter count in play. This is a common out of position play here. I like the creativity. Coming in with the forehand roller. And that's well done. He's going to have a gap to hit, but it's a good position option there. Not going to go super long.
Barsby trying to secure the 6, which will be a bogey on the 12th.
Wow, the backside of that green has really been cut out. That looks almost unrecognizable to my eye, as much as you can see out behind that basket. Not really going to affect the play of the hole, but interesting.
And all the way around the bend and he'll still have plenty of room from that right side.
Oh,
Freeman off the tee of 18, doesn't like it.
Got a nice little wind shove. Good enough.
I guess it's fair to say that you can't always judge by Freeman's reactions. He's not always giving you the most accurate indication.
Well, I think he's giving you an accurate assessment of how he thinks he executed it.
Yeah, which often aren't, I don't know,
accurate to the
rest of reality and what everyone else thinks. Yes.
He holds himself to a ridiculously high standard in terms of hitting the line and how specifically he's trying to key in on what he's hoping to do. Ricky very close with this effort.
Just barely too high for Wysocki to bring that one in.
Looks like Eagles considering that same forehand roller option. From way up here, you would think he'd have opportunity to work this pretty well around the corner if he throws it the way I'm sure he's planning to. Not a lot of power on it, but early left movement. And even still long. That was a huge drive. That really lets you know.
Chris Dickerson off to a great start as he picks up the birdie on 4.
You got it.
Casey White currently out in front as he is at the halfway point through the round, sitting at 5 under. Joel Freeman at 4, and a slew of competitors sitting at 3 under.
Casey's on 4 birdies in a row. What a front 9. There it is.
And you see that bogey-free scorecard is showed that he has a single OB out there as well. So he's able to still manufacture a par on the hole where he had gone out of bounds. So Barella throwing his 3rd. He doesn't like it, but he's still going to have a very long look.
That was a good reaction off the trees. And second kick sent him forward again.
Yeah, I mean, the first kick, he kicked right in forward still, and then the second kick kicked him directly forward.
Can't complain about that after missing a line. Going to have an opportunity to strike from circle 2. This is pretty ideal position, just down on this long side. You see he's got the biggest gap available to him. Probably 200 feet or so to the basket.
He goes deep, almost as if he needed that just to finish or stall out on him, and puts too much on it and goes past the pin.
There's a big drop-off back there you could barely see as well, down to a creek. So you do need to be careful with speed.
Off the mark for Chris Dickerson. That kicks hard left. Macbeth controls the speed a little better, but that's going to come up on the short side.
Yeah, you could see the angle that he had. He was just trying to play the little flex, and I think the disc and or the release angle was either not stable enough or just too much angle out of his hand. See if Isaac can judge this well.
Very Isaac shot. Have that little turnover, force over available to him. He almost always makes those look good.
E-class. on 5.
Needs to just sit down.
Yeah. Oh, there is OB on that deep side. So if you don't connect with the wall, there is a very good chance he's gone out of bounds.
Yeah, that's similar to hole number 1 where that OB kind of wraps behind the wall. The fact that he just barely missed it, he's going to be definitely in danger.
Yeah, hitting that wall is a great backstop, just like it is on 1, but there is room to the right and left of that backstop to go past it. Barella, long look for birdie.
And all OBs on 5 go to a drop zone, which I absolutely hate for Niklas if that's the case on a shot looking that good.
This looks good. Can it hit the wall? Doesn't need it. Nice shot there by Ricky. Beautiful speed control.
The heart of the chains for McBeth. The putter looks good. Brian, is there anything else that you're noticing about McBeth out there today and how he's prepped and how he's feeling?
Well, yeah, that putt just coming out of his hand from that tough straddle position. I feel like he's locked and loaded today. And then watching the disc come out of his hand, too, it just looks like classic Paul McBeth. He went with a fairway driver off the tee, made it look like a mid-range, just popped the nose up a little bit, dragged it over to the right, got it to flex out. Just beautiful high IQ shot shaping from Paul, and he looks really under control today. I'm looking forward to see how the rest of the round goes.
Great insight, Brian, as we see Eagle McMahon not able to convert. They'll have a long walk over to the 4th. So we'll join James Conrad up ahead on hole number 7.
James deciding to play this one a little bit more conservatively, just trying to keep it in the middle of the fairway.
Chris Dickerson, excuse me, trying to fight through.
They'll need a miracle to make par.
Well, he called for a kick to the left. That's exactly what he got. Ezra Robinson, one of the guys tied at 3 under. Dickerson can see the basket, goes just over the top. This is Freeman throwing his 3rd on 18.
Yeah, he did a nice job to get here. This is a great position after 2. Nice big sidearm here. You got to watch the landing as the hillside by the green can take them long. There is OB long and left. Watch your angle as you come into the green.
So in the similar space that we saw Andrew Marweed, we'll see if Freeman can leave with a different result from that spot.
Interesting line from Macbeth, going with a bunch of hyzer on what must be a very flippy disc.
Yeah, I mean, the shot here on hole number 4 it does require a little bit of a flip up, but not that much. Kind of expect the players to kind of aim just left, or excuse me, just right of center, trying to flip something up and having it drift. And that's way too early and left.
And that's going to be a very difficult save, I would think.
That rope you saw on the left side, that is not out of bounds. That's a spectator rope, and marking as this hole actually parallels hole number 6, which will be playing back the opposite direction. And McMahon is going to be headed to almost the exact same spot.
Just a brutal set of drives for our feature group. I don't think anybody's more than about halfway there.
And I think about the park jobs we saw from some FPO players this morning on the same tee. Very different result.
So Antila. Now, they show that as a 3.
That's because you may go to the drop zone. You do not have to go to the drop zone.
Well, that's a good rule. I'm glad.
Yes, that is, and that comes in more into play, I think, for the players that come up short and don't get over some of the ravine area. That's where that would come more into play, where you'd proceed to the drop zone in front of you, as opposed to if you go to the behind the basket.
Yeah, that's my mistake. I was worried he was going to have to go backwards, and that I just don't like the sound of. So that's good. A deserved par there for Antila.
Really nice job there by Conrad after the conservative tee shot. A par 4.
Wow.
Giving himself a look at birdie. Look at this, though.
Yeah, awkward stance. Super overstable. Does he get it there? No, but a pretty good effort.
Be a look from C2 to save par.
It's one of those things when you get into that thick of trees, you don't need a great shot. You just need a good one. Get you back clean into the fairway. That'll be a circle 2, maybe, for Robinson. The reason I say that is because a lot of times players will tend to try to go for the miracle shot here, but just staying clean is so much more important.
Wow, some bogeys coming.
No question. Unless they both make, circle 2.
I don't even know that eagle's in circle 2. We'll see.
Yeah, he looked a little short of it for sure.
Freeman, long look at birdie. Looks like you have the same result as Marweed from that distance. I was so impressed at a number of drives that we saw this morning from the MPO side that we're getting it near there, putting it inside the circle easily with a few park jobs even. This afternoon, not the case, at least on our feature card.
Had me believing.
And look at Eagle just a few feet away from Macbeth. We'll get back to that in a moment. Chris Dickerson teeing on 6.
Ooh, nice second kick. Keeps him on the fringe. That will be big.
A very colorful scorecard as Joel Freeman finishes up.
Kind of seems to me that with Joel Freeman in the clubhouse at 4 under, that could be on the lead card, maybe chase. It's looking pretty good at the moment.
Well, Anthony Barella makes up for the bad drive with a solid putt from circle 2 to save the par.
God, there's just an extra level of confidence from AB. I mean, again, it was a smart upshot. Kept it clean, gave himself an opportunity, and took advantage.
Jump over to Grady Shue on the 7th. This is a par look from circle 2. More like circle Shue. Grady cans it. Sorry, I don't know.
I mean,
he took the couple extra steps.
Come on.
It just had to. It just came to me.
Only you could do that.
Only Grady could do that, though. What a putt!
Yeah, that was very nice. Keep a clean scorecard after the birdies on 1 and 2. Now Conrad looking for a birdie.
Wow, very close. Strong side. This is hyzering a bit early. Going to be easily inbounds, but it's going to be kind of similar to where we saw Dickerson putting for par. Downhill, tricky putt from over there. This is such an intimidating shot just off the tee. Everything right in front of the players is out of bounds, so you have to make sure you hit this first gap or it's automatic bogey. Looked like a kick to the right.
Yep, where that camera's pointed is OB for Paul McBeth. That's where you would assume heading to the drop zone as a potential move forward scenario versus the move backwards that we were confused on earlier.
Yellow count.
I think 6 now? 7?
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's drop zone.
Yes, that for a second I thought he got extremely lucky, but there's really no airspace up there if you're going to release that late and high.
Let's see if Eagle can finally hit one of his release points. Just a little bit of hyzer, a straight flying disc. Oh boy.
Trying to go with something to turn it over with a flex.
What?
Brian, what happened there with Eagle McMahon shot?
I mean, you throw it really hard on Annie towards the right side tree line. If you hit something, it's bound to ricochet pretty hard. That's definitely going to be a smiley face next to whatever number he takes on this hole.
As we take another look.
It's an interesting game plan if he's trying to go with the flex because there's so many trees and that's all out of bounds on the right side.
There's no chance that he's intentionally going right of those first 2 trees. That's a full-on shank. I mean, I think he's trying to play flex angle through the middle to avoid where we saw Isaac Robinson go. So he's trying to work it a little bit right, but that was a grip lock, no question. Super fortunate to bounce back. And he has a birdie look now. So that's the difference. That second kick of Dickerson's allowed him to go to that roller. He would have been in the thick stuff without that. So going to be in a great spot to secure par.
No one would have been surprised to see Ezra throwing in from that range, as he's become so accustomed to doing.
I think Ezra's going to have a little longer par putt than he is expecting as well.
Yeah, there's a very gradual slope that I think is very unassuming behind that basket that a lot of players forget about.
That was a beauty from Antala. The drop zone is right there at the red stake. I'm not exactly sure why Paul preferred the spot he was in, but no harm done.
I think he was in bounds.
Really?
I mean, that was him marking his disc.
Oh, that'd be
So
some
that
good
was
luck.
very fortunate. Yeah, initially I couldn't tell if that was maybe the spotter brought it up there, but the fact that he marked it that way indicates, you know, everything that was in bounds.
Yeah, I can't see. Yeah, he certainly would have gone to the drop, you would think. So good luck for him. Maybe not quite eagle level good luck, but.
And Anthony's good buddy heading in to attempt the retrieval.
Yeah, you're not leaving yellow down there. Come on. Pretty important to the game plan. It's up there to his right. There she is.
Successful retrieval.
Is that what you call a
Recovery.
caddy? Just a good buddy? Or
So
is that an actual person that you know?
I apologize. I feel like I should know his name, too. I know he's a good friend of Anthony's.
Wow, yeah, he really did get in trouble back there.
Meanwhile, his brother almost rings one up from long range.
Well, he was putting for either a two-stroke swing in his favor or a one-stroke swing in his favor. It looks like it's just going to be one with that great kick back in bounds. I thought he was a little closer, to be honest.
And Barella will limit the damage to a single bogey.
Not the hole 4 and 5 these guys envisioned, I'll tell you that. Those are very birdieable holes. Obviously they have teeth, but this group got knocked around a little bit.
Catching up with Matt Bell on the tee of 16.
Matt Bell sitting 3 under in his round today. 2 bogeys on the card.
That's on the platform just deep of the pin, barely outside of the circle.
Our first look at hole 8. Low ceiling, 400 feet, slightly elevated basket. Wow.
I like it. A little bit of a skip forward. Conrad will have a putt on the left side of the green.
Not many better at going full gas through a little gap. than James Conrad. That was impressive.
So 6, another one of those par 4s. It has a little jog. See the T sign there. Moves a little bit right off the start and back left.
Yeah, you got to swing the drive right, and then if you do that, I think the second shot feels dead straight. You're just kind of you got to power up on a straight disc. We saw Antala do it really well a few minutes ago.
And one of the course notes in walking around out there last week was that too many players throw this too straight. And like you guys are saying, you have to pull it to the right to really set yourself up. But the mistake is to go too straight.
Give 2 thumbs up on that one.
Yeah, pretty fortunate again, working its way through. I think this is potentially the perfect weapon to attack this tee shot with. Anthony Barillo forehand, all the power in the world. A little too much in that case. He got a little flip on that, I think. Didn't start moving right early enough.
Yeah, that cameraman is sitting in the where it would come if it were to finish to the right. So definitely a little bit too straight like Terry was talking about. Scary putt here for Bell, back towards the slope behind the pin.
And doesn't really give it much of a chance from just outside of the circle.
And yeah, I mean, he's one of the best circle 2 putters I have ever personally seen. So that says a lot. If he's coming up short and looking scared with his putt, I don't want any part of that because he is incredibly skilled from distance.
Yeah, James Conrad sitting at 3 under, bogey free, trying to get a share of the lead. He can do so with a birdie here. Count it. James Conrad, great start here. He's 4 under through 8.
The front 9 on this course is very difficult, but it also kind of puts a unique type of pressure on the players because if you do have that slow start, you know, there's no dodging that gauntlet that's waiting for you in the midsection of the back 9. And when you get a start like Conrad, you can kind of start to breathe a little bit and go, okay, like this is good cushion. I can play free on those back holes. Wow, Macbeth doesn't make much forward progress at all. But it's stressful because you think, man, you're just risking getting ballooning over par quick if you don't have a little bit in your pocket coming off the front 9.
Yeah. I explain that as playing a little freer.
Yeah, once you have them, right?
You have that stress is a little bit lifted.
You can swing the arm.
Those shots are a little bit more.
Yes.
You know.
Absolutely. And you need that on those really difficult holes. You got to be throwing confident. If you start to tighten up, that's exactly the trap that they want you to fall into back there.
Yeah, and you know, you're okay being 40 out on some of those holes versus if you really need those birdies, you want to be in that 20-25 foot range, and that's where you start to make mistakes. You start to push it a little bit too much, and it can unravel pretty quickly.
Antala has a birdie look on 6, but it's off the top. Off the dome in more ways than one there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't condone hurting the discs.
Bell, that's...
Oh, that's going to be out of bounds. Yeah. Tough kick.
Yeah, that was just a reaction of it being too high out of his hand. He needed to keep that much lower over there on 17.
Not as much distance as Conrad would like, but nice and safe, keeping it low. That hole does have OB on both sides all the way down.
And Casey White and Paul Ulibarri both up there and also both heading into hole 12.
Needs a kick to stay in the fairway and kind of doesn't get it. He's going to be on the edge, but it seemed like a step or two inside of the brush.
Bogey at best.
Exactly. That's where I talk about, we talked about it a little bit just a couple holes ago. Paul, rightfully so, trying to get aggressive out of the woods on that second shot, but hits and doesn't get back to the fairway.
This is a line you don't see too often. From that 2 straight position, able to find a gap. Potentially circle 2. The second shot is a long one. I mean, 732, already a pretty long par 4. The uphill tee shot. Got to get a lot on this second one.
After a kick that pushes way off to the right side. Looked like similar territory to where Macbeth is. Jakub Semerad. Also a very eventful day out here today. Just 3 pars through 13 holes.
But our first birdie of the day on the 12th. And that's saying something. That I would expect less than 5 per round. I mean, it's a special get. I've never birdied it in my life.
And he did it in circle 1 fashion. You can see there, and back on 11, he had a bullseye hit for the park job 2.
Yeah,
good run.
I believe only been 9 players that have birdied that hole in the last couple of years. Some of them doing it twice.
See the pin way back there. It's going to take a special shot for Conrad to get all the way to the pin. I think if he was in circle 2 on the short side would be a pretty good shot. Anything better than that would be phenomenal. It's low ceiling the entire way.
Got some pretty good height out of it.
Yes, that's fantastic. Inside circle 2. I think that's a really well done shot.
I agree. Nice and safe as well. Didn't really bring in a bunch of flip. No chance of out of bounds.
He kind of pushed it about as high as he could have, too, safely, to get himself that close to the pin.
That was well done from a tricky area by Anthony.
Yeah, Matt Bell has an opportunity to save the par. That's off the top. Now, I know there was a lot of discussion about the out of bounds on hole number 17 as to whether or not you had to go to the drop zone versus being able to take it out where you were last in bounds. And I'm not sure what they ultimately settled on. I think that was, in fact, a provisional that was called by Matt Bell. And I can understand some of the discussion as Macbeth gives that one a run.
That was a phenomenal run. Great speed. Wasn't short, that's for sure. Eagle just going to lay it up. Eagle was definitely not in the position to be able to do any kind of jump / throw putt there. So now this is the other half of that provisional, correct, Terry? Going to the drop zone. Play out both shots.
Correct.
Caddy book seems pretty clear. Says player may proceed to drop zone. I would interpret that as having the option to play from the last place crossed, but we will see.
Yeah, and I just know that with where that drop zone has been placed, at one point, if you went out of bounds 10 feet off the tee straight left, you were able to go forward a few hundred feet, and that seemed counterintuitive as well. So we'll get clarification on that.
Does this continue to flip? It kind of does.
Oh, well, that'll help.
Good kick.
You are not mad with that result.
I really like the hyzer flip up here on this tunnel hole. And if you can ride that left side, had he just missed that tree even, maybe would have gotten a little bit farther. But if you're trying to ride the right side and flexing it back left, it's a lot more difficult of a shot.
I think 1 over and even for those last two players, McMahon and Barella. That's kind of getting into that starting to stress out mode. You're getting to hole 6. You're starting to think to yourself, is it even possible to get back to 4 under where the leaders are sitting right now? Like, do I have the holes? Normally we don't think that way, but this course is that hard to where you start to question if you can still put on a run big enough to work your way back into that lead group conversation, starting from, say, 1 over through 6 holes.
It's just a course that when you tee off on hole 1, as a competitor, you know a bogey is going to come. You just hope that it's in that gauntlet on the middle of the back 9.
Yeah.
As your first
And there's
one.
only one of them. Yeah.
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 That is going to be the ideal scenario. If you can keep it clean, get some birdies, but if you're picking up multiple bogeys on the front 9, then you start to sweat a little bit. See if Conrad can take advantage of that great second shot. Oh, wow. 2 of the last 3 have slid out right side. Saw the one back on 7. Now this one here on 9.
Yeah, little right,
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah, it's a good putt. It's the way the Mach X catches. It's very good at catching in the middle. You can get that swing out on that right side.
Yeah.
And the one on 7 was higher too, which also accentuates that fact. Just kind of the catching properties of the different baskets. I'll tell you right now, as a pro, we've analyzed all of that.
Sure, sure. It's a trade-off. Heavier chain, more chain. It's going to catch aces, going to catch fast putts up the middle, but maybe not quite as good at catching that 50-50.
Yep. It's an interesting leaderboard. A lot of names we're very familiar with here. Look at a name like Paul Ulibarri, chasing that major for a long time. Is this the week? And he put it together. Looking good so far. He is bogey free. Wow, that was a lot of foliage.
What a shot.
I'm assuming that was on his follow through. All that I heard.
Take another look thanks to our Zucker replay.
Yeah, you could see him hit the branch on the release.
This was a fantastic shot.
So he was fully committed to that. He knew he was going to hit that branch on the follow through, and it did not affect the throw whatsoever.
Bell with the tee shot on 18.
There it is.
Oh, yeah. That's perfect.
Looking to push about 350, 400 feet to get to the FPO tee pad is kind of the ideal landing zone on that hole. And we said it a while ago that Ulibarri and White were on hole number 12. Well, they're still on hole number 12. And if you go get a sandwich and come back, they'll probably still be on hole number 12. I just gave myself a good idea.
Wow, so conservative. I don't hate it, but surprises me still. He really didn't try to get much distance at all.
You put a lot more pressure on the second shot there if you want to go for the birdie to try to get it all the way back.
Yeah.
He's probably looking at over 400.
I think that just tells you, more than anything, it tells you about his confidence hitting tunnels, because he's just happy to beat. That's like a good place for him. Like,
Yeah.
oh, 380 low ceiling tunnel, no worries.
Wow, that popped out of the woods very late. McMahon playing safe and got a little fortunate there.
Driver. That's decent. Not the dream shot we're hoping for. You think it's technically possible for a guy like him. I mean, 552 low ceiling, maybe could find his way to circle 2 if he crushed one. I don't know.
Macbeth going with the same line that we saw from McMahon. A little bit cleaner. Yeah, so they're throwing about 150 feet. Just to the edge of the woods. And now you got a 400-foot directly straight shot. Similar to this one. A little tighter gap, though, honestly.
Antala's going to come up left of the pin, but still have a look. That is a beautiful shot. James Conrad off the tee of 10. Wow, and plays it out to the right just to have it skip back into the center of the fairway.
I like it, but I don't know, being that short, if he can attack the second half of the hole, as it goes extremely hard to the left. This is the roller. We've seen this over the years. I know, Sexton, you've had a lot of success, though, in the sidearm roller over there on hole 9, or 8.
Yeah, that low ceiling, it's an attractive option, I think. You can kind of take the ceiling out of play, either with the backhand or forehand roller, but in a little crosswind, it does suffer.
Watch Macbeth try to go up the tunnel. This is pushing to the left side. He gets a good forward kick, but he'll be deep in circle 2 with his birdie look. And with that strategy, Brian, I want to throw it out to you as to how do you feel about these players laying up and then the disc they're going with off the tee?
Yeah, this is pretty par for the course. I mean, we've played this hole in previous Ledgestone events, and when we had the Northwood Gold layout, I mean, so many players were playing this, and the short pad that they're playing by is not that far. It's maybe 300 feet. Paul, even from where he was at, threw a pretty slow fairway driver. So I think the play is the layup. I don't think there's any other option, really. The window to get through the gap is so low ceiling. It's not really worth going for something any faster.
I'm getting pretty worried about the timing of Eagle McMahon. That's got to be about the 4th shot that I would describe as a shank. You know, that one off the fairway immediately out of his hand. We've all had those days when you just kind of have some sort of little hitch in your form, and it's tough to figure out. Slow down the feet potentially and just try to get back to basics. See if we can get that smoothed out for the back 9.
So AB getting a little bit more aggressive with his tee shot. Does make for a shorter second. Just needs to throw this yellow putter yet again. Slight turnover. Let the disc do all the work here. I love it.
Yeah. He's got his earpiece in. He did just what you said.
Yeah, you just don't want to try to overplay a shot like that. You want to just put that disc on an angle, trust the distance, and AB did that perfectly.
Heimberg has a birdie look on 8.
He is 3 bogeys in a row for Calvin Heimberg, so 2 over. That'll be a par on 8. So, Sexton, we were just talking about you don't want to be in that position. Well, Calvin is directly in the firing line of that position at the moment. Really going to need to try to pick up that birdie over there on 9.
Definitely like his chances on 9. Low ceiling power hole.
Yeah.
But, yeah, slow start for sure. I think Eagle was fortunate again to be left with that after, being off the fairway immediately with power. Could have kicked right, could have gotten a lot uglier.
Matt Bell with his third on the 18th. And that's going to slide down the hillside. It's going to check up just barely safe.
Yeah. Nope, you can see the OB line. As you said, Terry, you're correct. Inbounds, but a great perspective for our fans at home. I mean, just about 2 feet from the out-of-bounds line.
Oh, barely getting over the edge. Macbeth converts from circle 2.
Yeah, call that about a 45, 45, 42 footer. Nice putt there by Paul, just creeping over the front rim.
Sure is looking a little more comfortable from out in circle 2 than we've seen in the early season so far, last week and then early this week.
Not going to miss any of the action as we stand down for a quick break.
I'm beyond excited to introduce my first disc with MVP, the Prism Proton Envy, also known as Rebirth. The stamp is really special. It's an eagle rising from the flames. It's a disc that I feel like is so versatile, whether it be an approach putter or a throwing putter that can be almost classified as a mid-range. I absolutely love the fact that my name's on it and I'm going to be able to throw it. It's an incredible disc.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
We're tough.
Yeah.
And we love the outdoors, right? But poison ivy's nasty, even for tough guys like us. So we use Zanfel.
Zanfel works fast and washes away the itch.
Zanfel neutralizes toxins and washes them from your skin. In seconds, the itch is gone. Healing begins.
When you get poison ivy, get Zanfel. It works. Immediate relief, and we're right back to being tough, right?
Right.
Got poison ivy, get Zanfel.
It works.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
He is the 8th with Barella, who's off the mark. Macbeth looks to be setting up for the roller.
I mean, I got to tell you, we saw 2 birdies with backhand pure shots down the middle. That is the much more challenging way to try to attack this hole. This is a great way of attacking it.
Yeah, this should
He's
to
gonna
slow
go,
down.
Yeah, he's going to go deep and then doesn't get any kind of backstop that he needed.
You want to hit those rocks in front of
Yeah.
that basket. That was close. I mean, he's still going to have an opportunity, but it'll be a tough putt.
Just too high off the release there.
Pretty good result considering roller angle and a big kick can get pretty weird sometimes. I think he'll be somewhat content to just find the middle. Pretty simple up and down.
I think a shot like this, you really want to utilize a disc that's going to turn on its own, keep it low. That's exactly what McMahon has done here.
It's a quick flip.
Could
Might
come in
do
through
it.
there.
Oh, man, close.
Let's take a look at Nate's keys, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, major mentality. You need to come into every single round here with that belief that you're going to be a major champion come Sunday afternoon. Fairway hits. We've already seen how critical that is. And bonus putts. We've seen 2 of those be made by Macbeth. That's helped keep his round on track. I think those are critical aspects here as you get through the Northwood Park course.
And earlier, while we were in the break, we saw this from James Conrad. We'll take another look at it, though. It was that good.
Yeah, Sexton, you were noticing it in the picture-in-picture, how he cut that corner.
Yeah, took that super inside line. I don't know that I've seen the Heiser play the way he did it just there. Can he close the deal? No, not quite. Barella was in an awkward spot. Just wasn't able to get that forehand very close to the basket at all. This is not one of the harder holes by any stretch. This is one that's going to surprise you if you end up bogeying it, because if anything, feels like a bit of a respite when compared with everything else you got to go through on this course.
And that's why I've said that, you know, the 2 birdies we saw, that middle shot, so difficult. I think the roller is definitely the safer play. Give it to him. Oh, wow. What a run. Outside circle 2 there.
Antala.
Wow, only needs a mid-range. What a drive.
Yeah. And we saw that one in picture-in-picture as well. Great tee shot, leads to a pretty easy birdie over there on hole number 9.
This would be a huge par save. From 66 feet, right there on circle 2. Great effort, so close.
Needed about 6 more inches of power. It looked to be online most of the way, just barely short. Eagles' effort is low.
Really difficult. Low ceiling into an elevated basket.
Just thinking back to this morning that we saw Kristin make from almost that exact same spot for birdie this morning.
Wow. Dickerson barely safe with the drive.
Oh, this looks so good.
Nice.
Yeah, needed just a little bit more speed, but take that all day long.
This will be Macbeth after the roller went long on him.
that's a shocking mistake by Isaac. Very disappointing. When you're playing Northwood Park, you cannot bogey hole number 8. You just can't. It's your one. It's not your one and only, but it's one of the few opportunities where you only have to miss a tree or two to give yourself a look at birdie. So that both these guys will be very disappointed.
Yeah, and it leaves you a lot of freedom too, in that there's no OB to speak of, really. So even your mistakes are not generally penalized that severely. So yeah, a really surprising result to have 2 bogeys on our feature card.
Wysocki on 9.
This group is just shredding here on this hole.
And this is a new long pin that you guys haven't even seen. They actually pushed this one back because Heinold thought otherwise it was going to be too easy. And Ezra Robinson picking up a birdie on the 10th, which is anything but easy. Dickerson buries it.
Man, these guys, our second feature has got it flowing a little bit more than our final group of the day. Great birdie.
Yeah, these are those bonus putts I'm talking about. You put yourself out there in circle 2. If you can make half to 40%, that's going to help your round a long way here at Northwood.
You're just going to have them, too. I mean, on a low-wind day like today, capitalizing is huge. It's just too hard of a course to rely on a bunch of little tap-ins. You're going to be super happy when you can get them. But wow, tied for first now, Niklas Antila, 3 in a row.
Yeah, you'd have to think Antila was one of the favorites coming into the tournament, being that he nearly won a Pro Tour and then followed it up with an actual win on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Nice start for him. It was great seeing Niklas with that cowboy hat on down there in Austin.
Macbeth is worried about this leaking left, and it's going to do it. Does it dry up before? And it looks to be safe. The gallery giving us the safe sign.
That's over there where Dickerson was.
Conrad off the tee of 11. Asking for it to flip. And gets a late kick to the right, which isn't going to hurt him.
This is working right in a big way. I think this is out of bounds.
Can only get lucky so many times. That one needed some help, as there was really no chance of that turning back. It looked like he missed his initial flight line to the right. We've seen that already a couple of times. You really want to try to ride the left side of this fairway turning over. That's got too much stability. That could be OB as well. And I think it is.
Yeah, seeing no reaction from the gallery is going to give me the impression that they didn't want to mark it as OB.
If you took a combination of Eagles, flight line, and AB's release point, it would be perfect.
Yeah. Isaac will do that.
Okay. Thank you, Isaac. That's exactly what I was talking about. That is picture perfect.
Greg Barsby throwing on the tee of 17. The forehand coming right in at the pin.
That's just about perfect. Short putt from there.
See how much lower he kept that? We saw that shot earlier from Bell. Got up in the branches, kicked left OB. Barsby did a nice job. Of course, he was throwing a sidearm as well. Able to keep it nice and low.
Niklas Antila teeing off on 10.
Ooh, sending the roller.
Wow.
think that's a good tree.
Yeah, that's a good tree for what I think is a very aggressive and interesting tee shot. You do not want to finish right.
I was just about to ask the question of Sexton. What's the idea behind throwing the roller there? Because you want to finish left.
Yeah, I mean, I guess only thing I can think is that maybe when he gets his cut angle right, he could work it all the way down the hill and then just kind of count on scrambling ability from down there.
Okay.
I don't think he wants it peeling right up on top.
Yeah, so maybe he just had a little too much flip on that and got lucky with the tree. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
I would say that was a little bit lucky. That was turning over.
That looked like it was going to mess with OB again. It's a very slow start now for Eagle McMahon. I think he's a little bit out of sorts. So maybe this will show us a little more what's possible with the roller.
Yeah, this is going to flip up and go to the right as well.
I think from there he might have an angle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering about that tee pad.
Yeah.
Is that looking kind of
I think it's
halfway down that fairway?
I think so. I think it's going to be blind still, but I think he might have some opportunity to find that secondary fairway. And this is a tricky little line.
That could have very easily found the OB line left.
Conrad can take the outright lead with a birdie. However, that's going to result in a par.
Just a layup from way over there for James. That's a tough one to run going down the hill.
Antala trying to get all the way down. Oh, wow. Wow. He gets all the way down through the gap and then keeps it center fairway.
Yeah, and in the back there, I could see Chris Dickerson. So maybe that slight right side is actually not as bad as we think. It is a new tee pad, so I've not ever personally played the tee that they're playing this
But I
year.
think it's just farther back. I think is the big difference there. But
yeah.
Nice shot by Paul. What a front nine by Macbeth. Assuming he's going to make that. He had just the one bogey on 6. He's going to put up 4 birdies otherwise. That's a pretty good start for the man chasing 18 majors this week.
Wow, nice low line from Yakub. Didn't quite match the perfection that was his drive, but still with a decent opportunity. You see him shaking his head. He wants a little more precision than that.
Oh wow! Look at the angle.
Yeah. So that right move at the end, I guess we were wrong. Niklas's was not a good tree. I think maybe he would have been happier to see that thing curl right. Although he did do well from where he was.
Eagle's going to have to make that putt to avoid a 2-over front 9.
And Brian, I'd like to throw it out to you about not only the pin placement, but also the added OB on this hole. What are your thoughts?
You know, I thought at first that the OB was going to be a little bit too tight, but all it really does is it takes away this just ridiculous roller off the tee that people used to throw, and they would span like 3 or 4 fairways, and it would block up some holes in previous layouts. So I actually think all this OB does is say, hey, throw that stock golf shot that Isaac Robinson threw or Paul threw. And I like the basket placement now because where Paul and Isaac landed throwing control drivers, they're not even throwing the big distance driver. They were maybe 200 feet away from the original pin. So this was necessary, and I think the line and shape it makes them throw on the second is high level and very suitable for what we have right now in the MPO field.
Big bogey putt from McMahon.
Take another look. That one looked good out of his hand the whole way. Robinson. High right side.
Yeah, last hole as well with kind of a short miss. You got to think he didn't do much of that at last year's Champions Cup. He was automatic on everything inside about 40 feet.
Yeah, and think about the putt that he missed on hole 1 as well. I mean, he has missed more putts than we're used to seeing out of Isaac Robinson. Look, what did Barella get? Yeah, it looks like a double bogey there for Barella. So I'm assuming a second out of bounds. Just wanted to confirm that.
Things get twisted as we head into the back 9. Macbeth 3 under though.
I mean,
a bogey on the scorecard.
Look at this leaderboard. Very tight. You're one shot behind the lead. You're nearly off the top 10 leaderboard.
Looks like the PGA Tour a little bit.
It really does. Especially early on here in the first round. Of course, we'll expect it to expand out, but nice stroke separation or lack thereof here in the first round. This is where the rubber meets the road. Hole number 12.
Yeah.
Near perfect,
You
right?
love that. No trees, working right. He's going to have a great opportunity to get over that ravine.
Antala has a birdie look on 10. Another one off the top. This one from longer range. So this is a new tee pad here, and this is really a direct result of playing in the springtime. They were concerned that the space between here and the pad that he's going over was going to be all wet and muddy and not dry up in time during the spring, so they decided just to add 120 feet to the tee area and make this hole even tougher.
Macbeth achieving a similar thing to that backhand roller with the power forehand. Just the slightest ante out of his hand, nice big skip, and he's over in the area of that short tee pad.
So that's perfect, right?
I think so.
I mean, we know now that you can see the pin from there.
It's a very high chance of yellow putter count going up.
Yes, absolutely. So nice shot there by AB. A little bounce back after the disaster back there on 9.
Antala cleans up, keeping the clean scorecard.
For Anthony Barella to go 3 over on 8 and 9, that is a mental, just, you're going to have to try to overcome that somehow, mentally, more than physically. Big miss there from Yakub. That was a great opportunity. Boy, look
This
at
time,
that scorecard.
yeah, I was just going to say, this time he was looking to add more color to that card.
He is battling out there today.
He is.
Wow. Little kick, but that's still fine.
This is a very interesting backhand shot. You have to put a lot of hyzer on it out of your hand, and you need to work it to the right. It's got to turn over. That's actually okay.
Oh, frustration from Robinson. Chris Dickerson teeing off on 11. See if he can work this one from left to right.
Wow.
And he's going to do that. It's going to be at circle's edge.
Yeah, I don't see the backhand being a whole lot better than that.
Very little forward progress from McMahon. Brian, give us an assessment of maybe both Macbeth's lie as well as AB's right on that tee. Is that prime positioning?
I mean, I think AB gave you just about as good of a second shot as you could possibly have. He's on the tee pad. He's going to be able to throw a putter on that second shot. Paul has a bit more of a push hyzer. He's just a bit more pinched off on the left side.
Seems like a nice little mid-range shot for Macbeth. Just missing that inside line. He's got to miss that last one. He does.
Perfect.
Perfect shot.
It almost looks weird watching him throw from a tee pad, doesn't it?
It really does. He's going to have a little bit of a challenge having to step up onto it. And I know this sounds crazy, but I think Macbeth's shot might have just been a little bit easier because he could work that hyzer flip. It's harder to throw dead straight in this scenario. He's going to have to work off this tree that's on the left side of that fairway, that biggest tree that's on the left side. Just working just off that and kind of just peeling it straight is what he's going to have to do.
Yeah, and the footing is clearly a problem for him. It's really bothering having that late step up.
He's pulled it over to the right.
I mean, that's what we were just talking about.
Yeah,
that's a much more difficult shot.
Yeah, you called it. It is so much more challenging for that dead straight versus just, letting the disc do what it naturally wants to do thanks to physics. Perfect call by you there, Doss.
Well, I mean, I'm no physics guy, Terry, but I know you are, so I appreciate you kind of backing me up on that.
Oh, Semerod off the top. Another one off the top of the basket. That seems to be his spot, guys.
Wow.
Doesn't matter if it's a drive or a putt. Yakub off the top of the pin.
And he's got the payoff that it stayed inbounds, and he's going to have the chance to make birdie, but so close to a hole-in-one. Wow.
Oh, just think if it would have wedged or stopped on top at least rather than even having to putt. Just a little too high for Yakub.
That's not great from Eagle. Gonna have a lot of work.
Antala can take the solo lead with this. He's off the top.
Kind of coming out towards you guys.
I think he was talking to us.
Well, if you get to where we are, you're a long way from the pin.
And that'll be fine, but he would have loved to throw it about 10 or 15 feet less.
Yeah, shorter. But he actually putted it like an Anheuser putt through a gap that he just had to go right, and just had a little bit too much speed.
We saw the drive by Dickerson. Now can he convert for birdie? This will give him a share of the lead at 4 under, and he's got it.
Converted, Chris.
Look, 11 seems pretty simple, but that's a great birdie to get out that little gap and turn it right.
Yeah, it's a hard hole, especially as a backhand specialist.
Exactly.
That's a big pickup, I think, for Chris. He wants that cut back on the mantle, I think.
Yeah, he does.
Ezra Robinson throwing his second on 12.
I think this is too aggressive. I think he got fortunate off the trees there, but I'm not sure that it makes sense to go that heavy from slightly out of position there. I think bottom of the hill would be a great result. He might have got away with it, though, I think.
Barsby closing out on 18. And that is his third straight to close out his round. So he takes the double on 15 and then comes back with 3 birdies to close.
I got to hand it to Barsby. He's the first guy we've seen long in 3 shots. So that's good work out there on 18 to get the birdie. Man, disappointed. He's going to take a bogey. I think on 12, Sexton, it's a great topic of conversation. How aggressive are you trying to get to the top of the hill? Otherwise, you just play it safe and keep it clean.
Yeah, I think it's a big decision point. I mean, James's drive is phenomenal. He wants to put pressure on, go for the 4. But playing to the bottom of the hill, and then the third shot can be about a 160-foot pitch to the top of the hill.
Yep.
And that's, I think, the best way to play for 5.
Agreed. Because when you're at the bottom of that hill, you're completely blind. You can't see the pin.
You can't continue straight.
Because it's so steep.
Yeah. So you can only really attack from farther back, which is, a good strategy if you have the arm.
And if you're in Conrad's position, I think it was valid to try to get to the top of the hill.
I do too.
Because the tee shot was so good. Morella in the thicket, but he might be able to get a swing on this. Got a great pop putt.
He had the power. It was just barely offline.
Wow. The putter's just not there for Isaac right now.
Well, and I think he's going to be down a disc. He walked away from that after turning around and then folded his putter in half. I mean, I know we were talking lunch earlier, but that's a burrito now.
Oh, it's like I said, I don't condone hurting the discs. Whether it's head smashes or foldings. But, players got to release energy in some way. And Isaac's going to really need to try to bounce back and make a birdie or at least a couple of good pars here. That was a birdie for Macbeth, par for AB.
Macbeth pushing the young guys around as of now.
Yep.
In this group.
Paul just has so much experience in not only majors, but out here at Northwood. Very familiar with this course. He knows that you can't really force it here. You have to make good executed shots. Got to make a putt here and there. And he's also had blow-ups on this course as well.
Absolutely.
And he's been doing it for a little while now, but trying to hunt down Ken Climo for the most ever major titles. Macbeth sits at 17. Climo sits at 18. Next on that list, Dave Felberg, who's now Masters eligible. Ricky Wysocki, of course, in the field as well this weekend. And we're going to jump over to Ezra Robinson, throwing his third on the par 5. If he can keep this clean, you would think he's for sure going to at least escape with a par. And, well, that's a big if. Even from there, though, an up and down for par doesn't seem crazy. And Semerad is able to capitalize off of the basket hit. He's still going to walk away with the birdie. I just think the putt he had on the previous hole from short range, that should have been another birdie as well. He's had quite the day.
I've got the one major to my name, and somehow that feels like a lot. I don't know. I can't quite understand 17. And I was lucky enough to have a front row seat to a lot of those performances by Paul, but chasing history. 17 majors in the career.
Well, I think he missed his line there, but wasn't punished.
Yeah, fortunate.
I think there's also a decent conversation to be had about Ricky, who hasn't won a major in, I believe, since 2017.
I think you're right, and somehow I can't believe that. He's been so solid at times. But yeah, that's got to be bothering him.
Oh, wow, that was so close.
It beats that, and you think that he's going to be nearly parked. And interesting, because AB was talking in the press conference how he is very reluctantly going to forehands out here on this course. He's very happy with how many backhands there are off the tee here and just how comfortable his backhand is feeling at the moment. So he throws a good shot there, but not quite clean, and not clean enough.
As a well-documented forehand fan, I am thrilled to see Eagle McMahon go to the forehand on 380. We have not seen him attempt forehands with that kind of power in a while. And he's one of the best to ever do it with that forehand when he's healthy. So I think that bodes well. I mean, I know it's not his day on the course today, but in terms of his health, very happy to see him go to that here.
Dickerson to tee off on one of the most difficult holes in all of disc golf. Hole number 12. Oh, he's going to love that.
Yeah, that's nice.
That is right where the FPO tee pad is, as you saw. So he's on the back end of it. And Ezra get up and down and save the par. That's going to filter right. We'll see just how much he has left for work to do there.
So I think James did exactly what you said on his third, just pitching at about that 150 feet. Gave himself about that 150-foot shot, and that wasn't great.
Yeah.
He's going to have to make a putt for the par.
You're pretty much playing for 6.
Yep.
At this point, if you're Niklas. And now you definitely are, because that didn't get a whole lot of forward progress either. I would think 6 best case. And it's scary how early you can find yourself saying that on hole 12 at Northwood.
But I think important to accept that fact.
Yes.
And play the hole for that. Don't try to make the hero shot, because that's when that 7, 8, and 9 come into play.
We have already seen a 9 today, a couple 8s, a ton of 7s. Not strange at all on this hole, and man, still not quite across the ravine after 3.
Yeah, 4 8s and a 9 over there.
And just about 20 or more than 27s.
And that's why we talk about that a 6 is, you're beating the field. Which in that case, it's, the average at the moment, taking a 6.
Yeah, right now averaging just over 6, 6.05 for the field. That's just crazy. It's been happening for years, and I still can't quite get over how crazy that is.
Successful pitch out there from McBath.
Fancy a little use of the driver on the little spin putt driver, playing for the skip.
And from circle 2, James Conrad has a look to save par.
And he will be so disappointed if this does not drop. He was in the dead center of the fairway, 150 feet from the pin.
Perfect drive. And then
pretty
kind
good
of a
second
okay
and third.
second. But yeah, third great. Kind of alternating. Chance to put another perfect one on the board here and make a great 5.
At least he's outside the circle. He can't do that little step putt he's going to do here. Let that right foot fall forward. Yeah. That anger is just, again, center of the fairway, 150 feet. It took him 3 shots.
McMahon not finding the line.
McMahon's putting okay.
Yeah.
You know, definitely the issues have been on the release, mainly off the tee. But overall, he's made some good putts.
Good James, clean scorecard.
After that tee shot. So disappointing.
Yeah.
McBath with the recovery. They're going to make a walk over to the tee of 12. And the treacherous hole number 12 is on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
Brought back by popular demand, Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
The Pixel makes putting so effortless, which is exactly what I wanted from this disc, that I can just put it on the line and then just let the disc slow float to the chains. For me, always, the more a putter beats in, the more magic it has inside, so hit those chains.
Introducing Fractal Line Discs from Prodigy. Fractal is the new visual treatment joining spectrum, glimmer, and glow, flashing colors in a complex motif. It's calming, chaotic, and completely one of a kind. Learn more at prodigydisc.com.
Paul McBath on the tee of 12. All right, we've seen that spot before.
I mean, the reality is that if you're on another tee pad, at least it's been somewhat designed to be played from that area. So take that for sure.
Anthony definitely one of those guys on the short list with birdies to his name on this hole. This looks pretty good. A little better timing, hit his line, hit his turn, and a nice kick to the middle.
You know, that's an interesting thing. I mean, McMahon is such a great player, and of course runner-up last year. That's why we're seeing him here in this group. But we're watching a guy that's still coming back from a pretty major injury and surgery and all that stuff. So he has to work through things on live coverage.
Yeah.
When the average player doesn't necessarily have to.
Yeah.
So we always take that with a grain of salt. And it's good to see him effort that tee shot very nicely.
James tee shot on 13.
Oh man, that little roll you don't need at the end. Almost perfect.
Great view of what we were talking about from the bottom of the hill here at 12.
He's going to go roller.
Oh, slippage.
Catching up with Paul Ulibarri. Tee of 16, going with the forehand.
Got a lot of speed.
That needs to slow down. And he's gone deep of the pin. That's, I believe, all the way out in circle 2.
Yeah, so we were saying best case 6, and it's looking a little more like a 7.
Dare I ask you guys, what do you think will be hot score? We're seeing where they're at now, and a couple people in the clubhouse, and these cards out there. What's going to be hot score by the end of the day?
I think if Macbeth shoots 1 under from here to the finish, I mean, I think that would be pretty good.
I'm going to put it on -6.
Yeah, so 5 or 6. That makes sense.
16 and 17 are the easiest 2 holes on the course. So keep in mind that, there's a little chance to put a run together at the end.
Yeah.
I think -6 is going to be pretty competitive.
As we know, though, we've only seen a couple, and I agree. I'm just saying as an addition to that, for our fans at home, playing these holes at even or under is a feat on its own.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to call for a 7.
Really?
I'm going to call for a 7 under as hot score.
Going to be a fun finish.
Tournament director Nate Heinold, along with Bob Giulio of Discraft, all conversing with Macbeth.
You're talking about what they're going to have for dinner tonight.
So I think base of the hill is fantastic from here. Doesn't have a real clean swing. He does have crazy power with the forehand if he wants to try it, but I think it might be smart to just try to hit on the hill somewhere or just be at the bottom of it.
I just think this tree, too, right at the left of his disc is going to make it harder to really swing fully.
No, he's going pretty big, and I don't think he's going to love this. If he gets to the edge, he might get away with it.
It's It's as we see the shot here from Dickerson, you can see his foot landed cleanly behind his disc, but just hit on full mud, and that's why the foot gave out.
Well played. See if Macbeth is going full send from here or playing a little bit more position.
Full send. This looks great. This looks really great.
Wow. Yeah, that, I mean,
he'll be able to see the pin.
Yeah, that 4 is in play.
Yeah, he is, I would say, in the upper third of that hillside.
This is Yuli's birdie look. Tickling a few chains, but not enough to drop it in.
That's the 6th for Antila, looking like a double bogey 7.
Stand still for Conrad over the pond.
Wow, that drive was great, actually. He hit all the way over there to set up a straight shot. You don't see people work at that left very often.
Is this as good as any drive gets?
It's way up there, but it's still not enough to tempt Eagle McMahon. Plays that pretty conservatively. I really don't mind it at all. I mean, I just think of all the places to put your foot on the gas and try to claw back a stroke, that's one of the riskiest spots to try to think, oh, maybe I'll blast one. Because the penalty is just pretty severe. It turns into a 6 really fast.
Well, and 12 is famous for being kind of what you see is not what you get. You think in that second, it's so wide open, but you also need to be in a very specific spot.
Yeah.
You can't be 15 feet off to the right. You definitely can't go left, as there's a big cliff over there. And that's why you kind of have to hone it back a little bit, put it in position. Otherwise, you know, onto us, putting for double. I think Ricky in this same group putting for double as well.
Ricky's another guy who's had great success on this hole. I think there was a year when he birdied it 2 out of 2 in a ledge stone where we were playing 2 Eureka's, 2 Northwoods. I feel like there was a year when Rick got out of here at 2 under par.
And speaking of 2s, well, there was only 2 birdies on that hole today. Jakub Samarad and Braden Sides. Braden Sides is chalked up at 304 feet for the throw-in to get the birdie.
So that's like top of the hill.
Yeah, I think
right?
so, yeah.
Because we talk about if you're at the bottom of the hill, go about 150, got about 150 left. So top of the hill is like 300.
It's still in that neighborhood, yeah, 250 to 300, I would say, of tunnel at the end.
Yeah.
It's not a trivial shot from the very top of the hill. You still have some work. I like Macbeth's chances, though. You see his disc up there. Left side, probably 80% of the way up the hill.
And I could see him going with a little sidearm from there, too.
Certainly could.
Just with the way that his footing is going to be with the slope up and going left. Standstill sidearm would be a pretty good shot there.
Conrad can become a co-leader if he can get to 4 under with this birdie.
There's one in the center.
What a round from Conrad. Been playing pretty well. Casey White.
Casey birdied to go to 5 under, so at the moment he is the solo leader. He has that to extend his lead to 2 shots.
Terry 7's looking a little better.
It sure is.
How do you know these things?
Only been wrong one other time.
About anything, ever.
It's a great perspective of how steep this slope really is. We saw the shot from directly behind, but that was really showing that it's not just a straight uphill, it's up and sloping to the left.
I think Anthony might have got far enough up here where he's not going to pay much of a price at all for being a little inaccurate with that forehand. He's got long legs. That should help. Maybe get back to the fairway.
Ezra's 3rd shot, leaving that left for the par. We have Yuli on 17. Is he basket hunting? Not quite, but he's going to be up there on the dance floor.
Nice little flex sidearm there. Oh, he's going to go with the backhand.
He's more than 80% of the way up the hill.
Yeah, and this is actually a better stance than it looked like originally. Makes sense going to the backhand, a little flip up here, just a little bit of hyzer, let it drift straight.
He needs it to skip, he says.
Yes.
That's going to give him a long look for birdie.
That is awesome. Going to have to earn it, but man, what a big swing. This looks very good.
A little tight,
yeah,
right?
A little short, but it might set up similar standstill to what we saw from Conrad. Clean.
Not often do you see a forehand from Robinson, and that is trouble.
Yeah,
big time.
He's going to have a hard time potentially getting to the basket even from there.
The last hour for Isaac has just been a disaster. Before that, he was playing pretty good, but the last hour, these last about 5 holes have just been so difficult.
You called it, Sexton. The long legs will help Barella. Does he have the control? That'll push to the left and just deep of the pin, but still a very makeable putt. He'll be in shallow circle too.
That's what that hole do to you, though. You get that perfect drive and you have the opportunity.
Well, as you guys would, I'm sure even Isaac Robinson would say, it's rough out there.
Terry, golly. I love the big, giant "Do Not Pet" sign.
Where?
As the dog just is just perfectly set up for a nice scratch around behind the ears.
Not too bad in the end. That looked a little floaty.
Doss, I feel like I've worn a similar label, and it didn't stop you. So.
Well, like I said, you perfectly look like you need a scratch behind the ear.
That's going to roll deep as well. Can he take a 2-shot lead over the field? He gets it in. Casey White, the birdie on 16.
Wow, what a round.
Yeah. What a day for Casey White.
Two clear of the rest of the field. Casey White trying to get to that magic 7 under.
I mean, there's a chance he pushes past that if he can, birdie on 17 and somehow find a way to birdie 18. But still, even if he went par, he'd be very happy.
McBeth. Oh, wanted it. The elusive birdie. Not today for McBeth. However, it should be a stress-free par, which you're not really mad about either.
No,
right?
But, I mean, just a great drive, great second, pretty good third, and it's just the amount of things you have to do right to get that hole. Hats off to Jakub. Circle 1 birdie. Oh, man. Really aggressive. James a little short of the zone. Nice putt for Anthony from about 38.
Yeah, just the concentration of kind of leaning back and forth on that ad wall, probably in the back of his mind, just trying to possibly block that out. And
I mean, a must make here for Isaac, just from a confidence. I know it's even outside the circle, but he just needs to make a good effort here. So close.
and able to clean up. And McBeth will be in for the par. Now Chris Dickerson up ahead on hole 13, throwing his second shot. He's got to clear the water, drag this from left to right. Then you want it to come in nice and flat, so you're going to stay near the basket, and that's exactly what he's done.
That was a gutsy shot. A little out of position. A lot of things could go wrong there. Good execution.
Putter.
Yeah.
With a putter and try to have that landing twice in a row. That was nearly perfect. Here's Yuli. Yes, nice putt.
Yeah, and Chris is only clearing the OB by about a foot, you know, to land right at that spot. That's right near that OB line. That was fantastic.
Antela with his third.
Ooh, that'll scare you.
Barely enough to get over. Ezra Robinson up ahead on 14.
Nice full send.
And the leg kick.
Yeah, that was a good shot from Ezra.
They're taking a long walk over to 13, so we're going to stand down for a break. We'll be right back on the network.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
The result of the second shot we saw by James Conrad.
Dickerson to 5 under. Here's the putt that got him there. Ooh, disaster tee shot for Macbeth.
That's the first real bad tee shot we've seen out of Paul Macbeth so far today. We know how important fairway hits are, but especially here, but on 12 to 15, you cannot get caught up short on really any of these tee shots.
Oh, and there's the little forward roll. That's going to be the best one we've seen. McMahon with a little more hyzer. Does it have the energy forward? Yes, of course. Way around the corner, oh, maybe too far. We'll see. We'll see what he has coming back to the pin. Wouldn't change much about that. Dickerson crushing the drive on 14. I still would think it's probably short of the dream landing zone, but that landing zone really is a little more than a dream, where all the way at the top of the hill on 14.
Casey White has a par look on 17.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is almost insult to injury. Just not a place you would ever practice from.
No. Absolutely not.
And then just trying to fight back somewhere out into the fairway. And a decent effort, but I'm still thinking bogey.
Well, it's a dangerous spot because as you start to get a little bit more excited about saving the par, that's when a bigger number could come into play. From that distance back, that pond becomes more of an issue.
I don't think he can go for par,
but that's my point.
Yeah, if he were to try, it's bringing in a big number.
Yes.
Let's bring in Brian Earhart. Brian, does McBeth have any chance to even get to the pin from where he's at? Save par?
No, absolutely not. He's going to pitch out to the landing zone that the other couple of guys got to and hopefully get up and down for a bogey at best.
James' fourth throw. He'll still have some work to do, but a possibility of saving the par still. Yuli off the tee of 18.
That needs some legs. That looks a little high inside. It'll all depend on how the landing was.
That's still not great. I mean, it's not terrible, but that's not great.
I think it's all right. A little more length, maybe sets you up for an easier backhand across, but I don't think his forehand will be any problem from there or a little turnover. Still obviously going over and out of bounds pond, though, so bad things can happen.
Conrad's par attempt is deep.
Uh-oh.
Rough day for Isaac Robinson.
Yeah, too inside. Just bringing those branches into play and a bad reaction.
And it's the missed putts leading to other mistakes because you're trying to get it closer to the basket. You put more emphasis on trying to be inside the circle versus being so confident from circle 2 that we're seeing some of these mistakes. Here's Barella, really needs a good one here, and he's done it. Nice shot. A nice bonus birdie for AB if he can make that putt.
Ezra trying to get to 4 under.
Oh. Wow, that's a rare birdie that we almost just saw. 14, one of the hardest holes on this property. And yeah, I was right. Eagle is too far. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do this before. But I was a bit worried that he would be so far left with the drive that he's back out of position. Looks like he's going to go Spikeiser. Important to not catch a bad tree here as you're crossing that pond.
Question to me, okay, this is much smarter.
Good, yeah.
As you look over the top like that, the question becomes, how do you expect it to land? Because there's so many trees up right of the pin.
Yes.
There's nowhere for it to swing through and somehow spike down. Smart move by Eagle.
Wow, that is such a good drive.
It really is.
He did kind of reach the dream zone. That's amazing. Beth gonna throw one on the yellow putter pile. Beautiful shot. Save his bogey. Nice trust.
That's what they were
Looking at
doing.
width. Pretty
Just
far
spooked
out there.
me
I
with
think
that
that
little-
helps find the middle. Whoa.
I was worried about that and immediately as he released it. And I think fortunate not to hit that little white stake.
That was really scary. Start getting ahead of yourself sometimes thinking, oh, the basket's up on that hill. Like, don't blast it past. And next thing you know, a little bit lazy with it. Lucky to get across.
Tee shot from Conrad on 15. Now for McMahon to save the par.
Barella in for birdie. He'll get one stroke closer back to even par. He's still one over on the round, and Isaac Robinson, who had pitched up to there, is in, and Macbeth will pick up a bogey.
Can't tell if it's still in there or not. Can you see if there's a distance there? You got pole
Paul possibly looking for one he may have left behind in practice.
Look in line with that wall. Goes down maybe 10 feet.
Putting the team manager to the test there.
I was just thinking that I didn't think Paul was that hard up for plastic, but I guess he's got to hold on to every one.
Oh no. And boy, this is just Northwood Park. When you play this course, you can throw perfect shots, but if you don't follow it up with another great one, you can't get your birdies. Sexton, give us a breakdown here.
14 is just brutal. I mean, uphill, super tight gap, especially right here at this choke point. And then you've got a couple fairway trees still waiting to bother you if you do get through that first part. It takes just great power and control even to reach this area where you have an opportunity, like we saw from Dickerson, to advance on the second shot. Often, the most common thing is players are reduced to a short pitch or a huge spike hyzer for your second, just to try to set up a chance to get into this secondary fairway after it jogs left, and then you've got like 500 feet through the woods. It's just a really tough one to get a birdie because you always, it seems, have to waste one shot getting around that corner, throwing it just about 150 feet.
Yeah, and as we saw with hole number 12, which was playing the most difficult to par, hole 14, another par 5, playing the second hardest at 5.86 on average today. You know, a lot of times as a golfer, you think par 5, licking my chops, chance for eagle, chance for birdie, but the field is averaging over par.
Yeah, it is crazy that the 5s are the hardest holes out on this property.
And Dickerson is potentially going to bogey here.
After just perfect, nearly perfect. I mean, as far up the fairway in 2 as you're going to see. But there's still so many trees.
Antela with his third.
So he's incredibly far up here as well, even farther up. That's amazing.
Yeah, it seems as if he certainly made that second shot onto the proper side of the fairway. Being over there to the right's a little more open.
I don't think this is far enough to make the corner.
But it's AB.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's just looks like such a slow swing. It's hard to believe.
It's amazing.
That was Yuli with his 4th, so it looks like he'll be closing out with a par 5 on the 18th. this have the distance.
Had the power, just not the height.
That looked more like an eagle shot. That low dip, that nice powered low hyzer, great release point, just a little bit more speed he may, or a little bit more distance he would have needed, but a nice shot overall.
I feel like that's what we saw in the previous drive.
Yeah, it's a little swoopy out of Macbeth there, kind of coming across his body, swooping it with a lot of hyzer. And when you're going to do that, that's when that right side miss comes into play.
Just demands more lateral space as well, and 13 and 14 don't really offer you that. You'd like to see it flat, like this one, where you're not really swinging across the fairway. You're just kind of piercing. And that's absolutely perfect from Isaac Robinson. Some of the best drives I've ever seen off that tee have been just in the last few minutes. Oh, no way.
That close to a par save. And Yuli taps in on 18.
Good day for Paul.
I would say very good day. I think, you're in the mix after day one. That's all you can ask for. Wow. Speaking of in the mix, Ricky Wysocki out of the woods for birdie.
Incredible.
Big smile by Wysocki.
And guys, via our guys over at Statmando, can't confirm that Ricky has not won a major since the Worlds in 2017. 7 years, and just think he was, what, 5th on that, or 4th on that list
Yeah, it was
of
6
major winners?
Yeah, that's almost unbelievable.
To give up 7 years of your career without a major next to it, but so many other victories. It'll be interesting if Ricky can continue to battle here. He's not that far off the pace, 7 back at the moment.
Antala converts.
Couple of birdies in the group.
I don't know. Rick's got that fresh cut. I think he's looking for the major to go along with it. Ready for his pictures afterwards. Here's Casey White.
This is for Terry's -7.
We're
like
sharing
his
this,
odds.
Casey. We're sharing this, my buddy.
You like
you and
his
me.
odds
You
from
and me,
there.
bro. This
know
is
what?
for both of us, Casey.
Look at Calvin.
Let's go, Calvin.
No way.
Heimberg.
3 birdies in the group, and Dickerson was looking good for a birdie.
Exactly.
This is just a trick show over here with this card on 14. What is going on? He realizes he has to maintain composure, though, as he gets up. He's like, all right, I can't be too excited.
So
not too big of a smile.
Paul pitched to here. Try to cut the corner.
Oh, no. That's going to potentially be left side rough.
Remember where we saw Conrad?
Yeah.
With a similar kick in that tight corner. That's the danger of going inside there. Not saying that's not what he had to do, but still, that kick is not going to be friendly.
Brian, I think you talked to Paul a little bit about some release angles, and it feels like things are maybe a little bit off. Can you break down what he was telling you about that in the last day or two?
Yeah, he was talking to me just about his shoulder in general and how when his arm starts to get tired, his arm slot starts to drop. His arm starts to get really loose, and it's tough for him to raise the arm and get that nice clean swing plane. And like Doss was saying, the moment the arm starts to drop and you start to swoop a little bit on the hyzer, especially on these push hyzers, you tend to miss right because you're not getting the right forearm extension. So I could see him kind of muttering to himself throughout the day that he's not quite getting there on those types of angles.
Yeah, appreciate the insight. That's exactly what I think we were seeing out here as Robinson comes in short. Catching up with James Conrad. This is his second on the 15th.
Oh, he found that corner. There's that little bump out of bounds. I think he kicked right into that area.
Terrible kick. I thought he was home free, breaking it right. This drive is just huge from Anthony Barella. Needs flip. Getting it.
I love it. I love this.
Oh, no way.
I love this.
Eagle look.
This is huge.
I did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah,
an eagle on this hole.
We were just talking about how far we've seen anyone after 2 shots. Well, I think Anthony Barella just reset the bar.
Wow.
Man, to go birdie eagle on those 2 holes.
Sullivan tipped in.
Sully with the drop in.
From way deep. That's a way to close out your round.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Terry, if a good haircut wins tournaments, Sullivan tipped him. He's not afraid to show it. What a shot.
Big smile as we roll the Zuka replay, and he goes running it down up the hill. Way to close it out, Sully.
That's just such a good feeling. Last hole.
Yeah.
That's Paul's 4th. Very possible to see a double, if not a potential triple, depending on any kind of bad kick on that next shot.
Dickerson's tee shot. This is leaking left where there's out of bounds.
Yep.
He needs help if that's going to stay in, and it doesn't. So Dickerson, he'll get all of the distance, but at the very end goes OB. Casey White. As I called it, 7 under.
The Oracle, Terry the Oracle. What a round by Casey with 2 bogeys.
Yeah, so good.
9 birdies on his card today. It would almost be shocking if he was not the leader heading into round 2.
Yeah, and I would almost say by 2 shots. Like I'm not going to say that early, but Chris had some issues on 14.
He's OB now.
Yeah, so I mean, it's hard to really see a clear path for anybody to get that close to Casey at this point.
Casey's best finish this season on Disc Golf Pro Tour was back at Waco. Took 10th place. Last week in Music City, he finished in 28th place. All right, so a clean shot for Macbeth. That should keep triple out of play. He's going to have to make that big putt to save single bogey.
And Conrad is in on the 15th. That's going to be a bogey. He's bogeyed 3 of his last 4.
This stretch of holes is just one of the most difficult stretches on tour. It just is.
I mean, just look what Eagle has to do here. He's in the fairway. He's about 200 feet away. And this is his best option.
And it's just, you don't have the angle to try to bend anything.
If you're not in the absolute middle hallway, you're just working so hard. Even though you're in the short grass, you would think, oh, nice. You know, you're way up there on a par 5. But reduced to just an awkward forehand roller. I don't know that he even barely got to circle 2, and he's in the rough.
Yeah.
Ezra Robinson on the tee of 16. That's on the right side. And he'll have a putt from the right side inside circle 1. Over to his brother. A late kick will push him to the left.
There's so many, like the last 60 feet or so of this hole are just infuriating with little sort of random trees peppered in there. The putting's difficult from distance. And then you have shots like that where you're just like, I thought I did everything and just not quite. And you kick into the rough, have another 60-footer.
That dropped really significantly there for James.
McBeth for bogey.
Yeah, he'd love to join that throw-in party from the card in front of him.
Could do it.
Oh, and off the chains, McBeth. So close.
Wow.
We'll take another look.
Like halfway, I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was thinking I was really smart for a moment. And then it fell out.
And no.
Not so much. But what an effort by McBeth. Antela.
You
T of 15.
You cannot let this go left. But you have to throw like a flip-up shot. But that's OB.
Yeah,
that's way OB.
Yeah, OB early, I think.
Yeah, the mark is going to be pretty significantly back.
Yeah, and if you're Casey White, I mean, that doesn't hurt your feelings at all if everybody wants to start going OB left on 15. It's not really the toughest tee shot. I mean, it is a difficult hole, but if you can avoid that left side, distance is very manageable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that drift. You got to just pop it on the left side and just not have it finish left.
Okay, so this for a 3. Close. I don't know that I don't have a memory of this ever being 3'd. I'm not confident enough to say for sure that it hasn't. But I don't remember someone doing it.
So Eagle had to just chip out. He's going to go on to bogey as well. Looking at the scores, you know, with Casey at 7 under, you know, he's pretty far ahead of second place. Just looking at 4 under, taking that as kind of the bulk average of the leaders here. Isaac Robinson is starting to get into that scary range of dropping too far back. You know, he's going to go to 5 over here.
Yeah.
And, you know, 10 back of the lead after even one round. It's going to take a lot of work to get himself back into it.
Absolutely.
I was worried about that for AB as well, but the birdie on the previous one, if he can make this, he's kind of chipped back into the conversation. Not to say that a big, you know, being behind is unsurmountable, but at Northwood, of all places, it's very difficult.
And you're talking about 12 back. I mean, that's a lot of ground to surrender.
That's why I took Casey out of the conversation.
Sure.
Not to say that he's not the
Yeah,
leader,
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, to bring kind of the bulk of the field. But
Yeah.
still, I mean, it's a disaster day for the defending champion, I would say.
Yeah.
And man, what a bump in the road for McBeth as of late. It was looking like he was kind of starting to take control of this thing.
Antela goes to the forehand.
Wow.
What a shot.
That was fantastic.
That should be a recovery ultimately.
Maybe getting a little bit of a better spot than we initially saw. Nice putt from James. It's like a little stump right there that he had to go between the tree. That was awesome. Love this too. Very nice.
Yeah, he matches the effort and improves on it even slightly.
Great recoveries.
Good day for Ezra.
Ezra had stepped into the press conference yesterday to give a little ribbing to his brother talking about scores, and it looks like things are going Ezra's way far more than his brother at the moment.
Yeah, by 9. 9 shots better for Ezra than Isaac. Nice save. You know, 15 is not that hard of a hole. It's the OB left that is the big problem, but those are really nice up and ins to save par by both those guys, and you can see they're both inside the top 5.
Ezra, tee of 17.
Oh.
Kicks left and out of bounds. That is a all but guaranteed bogey from there.
Yeah, and it's
barring a
mistake
throw
you just
in.
cannot make. Beautiful shot from Anthony. That's good restraint by Anthony.
Yeah, just to reach for mellow yellow in that moment.
To avoid that out of bounds left, give himself a great angle at throwing a sidearm or a turnover into this green, but he's got both options.
That's going to continue to fade. Great shot by Isaac.
You're talking about it with the last group on this hole. You just need to throw a disc that is going to slowly drift right, but it cannot work back left. The slope of the fairway brings in out of bounds.
This has got to be so flippy.
And this is going to work itself back left, just like you said it can't do, Doss, and there it is, out of bounds. Looked like it flipped up just fine at first, but then eventually the stability caught up, and OB.
Watch out for a kick. Fortunate.
Yeah, that is a good kick in this case. But had it hit any earlier, definitely could have carried left and out of bounds. Antala, tee of 16.
This looks really good. Can it slow down? Wow.
Just inches below the pin. That looked like it went right through the column underneath.
To Nicholas's eye, that had to be looking like it was going in the entire way. It was perfectly on line. This is low.
If that cut rolls, no, it doesn't. It checks up and just fine. So a long look for birdie for James Conrad. This is almost going too straight off to the right, but birdie territory for sure.
Just a huge par save from Dickerson to keep himself right there on the last hole.
Perfect line from McMahon. He'll have that uphill putt. Everything on this hole is trying to pull the disc left. Your footing, the gravity of this slope. Beth did a nice job keeping it a little bit up on the hill. And there's mellow yellow, like you said. Sexton, he's just going to try to work it off these 2 trees that are just left of the pin in line. Just let the disc do the work, turning right. It's a little wide. You can see the gravity pulling it left.
Oh, but gets a good final kick.
Makes it work.
It's good buddy Cole right there on the bag, of course.
Okay, now we've got the name. Earlier he was just a good buddy, and now he's Cole.
Antala looking for the birdie. Count it. Man, to think he took a double bogey back on 12. Very much in it at 4 under.
Chris to 5 under.
Brian, as we're watching Eagle get set up here, we've seen forehands, backhands, rollers. We've seen everything. Do you feel like there's anything physically holding him back right now?
I don't think so, other than just the classic rehabilitation of a surgery. And what I'm witnessing right now, I feel like, is just that learning the new discs after throwing at one company for so long right in front of our very eyes. I feel like most of the time you switch companies, you have all this time to work without having cameras on you, learn all the discs, find your favorites. And I heard him talking with his caddy early in the day about disc selection and feeling like he's not choosing the right disc or he's throwing the disc with too much hyzer. I think he's kind of going through trial and error right now while also trying to get the timing back on the backhand. So he just so happens to be doing it in front of all of us.
Yeah, and I feel as if that, his injury has certainly been the bigger story than his swapping of discs into a new sponsorship. So dealing with both of those tall tasks here at the same time. Macbeth just outside of the circle, and not a good effort, and he knew it right out of his hand. Not sure if that was the timing or something to do with weight shift.
Crazy.
Maybe the worst putting day I've ever seen him have.
Yeah, definitely on any coverage I've ever seen of Isaac Robinson.
Right side. Slips out for McMahon. And I was just about to say, of all the things we've seen from him today, the putter has looked pretty good. It feels like maybe that he certainly has dialed in. That one was just off to the right, but struggles continue.
AB is just taking gobs of strokes on his group in the last 4 holes. Combined, he's 3 under par, and we know how basically a par on 12 is a birdie against the field. Huge comeback, and now for AB, you start to look at these last 3 holes. Can he somehow go birdie, birdie, birdie to finish? That would be an incredible run, something that nobody else has done today on this course. That looks wide, very wide. Oh, and just makes it back in bounds.
It's about 300 to the spot where he landed. He threw that just a little over 300 feet. It's about 350, 375 or so to get onto that next tee pad. Speaking of Antala. Wow.
Very fortunate.
Basket off the top. I was going to basket hunting again.
Oh, my goodness.
The last 2.
What?
And this, he nearly hit the initial tree. I mean, he almost hit the first big tree, barely misses it, and almost gets a hole-in-one.
And somehow almost also goes out of bounds, but stays in.
Wow.
Whoa.
So both him and Jakub Semerad drawing metal off the top of the basket on 17 today. AB. This is low.
Just if we can get to the top of the hill, no. That's the tree that Conrad was putting past. One that AB just hit.
And depending on how far back, that may have kicked down into some water that collects down there. It's casual, but he may be down far enough depending on how much force that had when it kicked backwards. Prime positioning for Robinson here.
Nice.
Yeah, he's going to like that.
Anthony going 4 under through that gauntlet stretch that we call the hardest on tour. Just did a little quick math. The field averaging 1.89 over on those 4 holes. So he's getting nearly 6 on the field in a 4-hole stretch. Just incredible.
And he pretty much did that to his group.
Yeah.
You know, if the group kind of played those holes as the average.
Macbeth likely in a casual relief scenario over there. That was something that was recently added just in the last week. And if so, he may have to go to a drop zone.
So there's a marked area that if you land inside, you are forced to go to the drop zone.
We'll have to get clarification as to if you are required to go there or if it's optional. But if he's in there, you're buried in there, then you have no look anyway.
Is it just due to how steep the hillside is right there?
It's the hillside, it's the water, it's all of those things. So it's not a penalty, but it'll play like one.
I just got to tell you, for Antala to throw directly at the pin, that we just don't see that with a backhand player. I almost feel like it was a misrelease that he nearly got a hole-in-one.
Well, it's very similar to the shot from Semerad that we saw right off the top.
Exactly.
Aggressive from both of those guys.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Thank you. Smart shot.
Any water that you find here on this hole is casual.
Wow, great putt.
Dickerson will move to 6 under. See if he can close out and match Casey White at 7.
Yeah, nice push from Chris.
Let's throw it out to Brian about exactly how this gets played, Brian, and where Paul is.
Yeah, so if you're in the casual relief area, you must go to the drop zone. No penalty, obviously, but man, no chance to make it from the drop zone. You're maybe 100, 120 from the basket. So we'll see if Paul's in there.
And just to clarify here, Brian, Anthony Barella did not cross into that area that you're talking about. There's the line that goes across the creek here.
Correct.
Thank you, Brian.
Whoops.
So who's going to go get that? Oh, we need the buddy.
Cole, get in there.
Who is Anthony Barella's caddy today.
What does he think of
He was trying to go aggressive. He was one of the aggressive mark.
Get it as close to the edge as he can.
Macbeth bailed him out, sent him a spare mini.
There you
Makeable
go.
putt, though.
Yeah, he's fortunate to be about 2 or 3 feet short of that casual area, so he does have a look for birdie. And he cans it. What a putt from Anthony Barella. The birdie on 16.
The level of confidence that is currently in this man's body is next to nobody on tour. Literally an hour and 15 minutes ago, he was several over par.
Yeah.
And he's now, what, 2 down? Incredible.
a great player for years now. Still a very young guy, but he is on the run of his life at the moment. I mean, and who knows? He's got a lot of career ahead of him. He might start making this the norm.
Yes.
But in terms of what we've ever seen from him, this few months, even on his worst days, he's been right in the conversation, and he's starting to make that true again today, coming back from the dead here late. Speaking of,
Calvin's doing the same thing.
another guy making a run, one of our best players on the planet, kind of sensing desperation mode and responding like the great ones do.
Yeah, just to respond on the most difficult holes it takes a level of belief that this thing isn't over. Uh-oh. There's an out-of-bounds area up there.
That looks like it's going to be OB.
Jeez, what the heck?
Okay, so Macbeth avoids the prohibited zone. For now, he might have just thrown his way into it.
True. If that rolled down the hill, which according to our cameraman, and you can see the ripples, I believe it did.
So now he's going to go way back to a drop?
Brian, can you clarify? Well, we'll get back to you, Brian.
Now we're seeing Dickerson, tee on 18.
This needs to glide. Whew.
Yeah.
A little close for comfort, but in the end, a great shot. Man, that could be a disaster, and it is.
Okay, so Brian, we've seen Macbeth going back to the drop here. Wow.
This could go back down the hill. All right, it stays up on top, but Macbeth unraveling here.
Yeah, super frustrated. You can tell the speed with which he took that putt.
This is going to take him to potentially 1 over.
It was 4 under pretty recently. Kind of a, ooh, just sneaks that in.
Isaac thought he missed it, and then somehow just barely gets it to stay in.
Anthony and Paul are just having opposite rounds.
Paul was standing on the tee pad of 13, dominating his group in second place behind Casey White. And if this putt drops, he's going to be outside of the top 20.
Yeah, that takes him to even par.
You cannot bogey here on 16. I know it can be a difficult tee shot, and I know there's a lot of trouble, but when you're one of the best in the world, a bogey just shouldn't come into play there.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify for anybody who was confused at home. His tee shot was, he putted, it rolled back into that hazard area. He was forced to go the drop zone without a penalty. So that's why he has a bogey there.
Exactly. And let's take a look at your keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, it's all coming to fruition with this group right here. Stay clean. Avoid those out of bounds. Avoid making mistakes. Smart scrambling. When you get off these fairways, what do? Do you put it back in position? And that champion's mindset. I believe we've truly seen that from Anthony Barella over the last about hour. And we've seen some big mistakes from a champion in his own right, Paul Macbeth, the ultimate champion. And it just, sometimes it gets the best of you. See if AB can stay on this run.
Makeable.
If he's under the bridge, what's the relief scenario there?
I don't believe there is one.
So go under the bridge.
Yeah, there's enough room underneath there for you to be able to get yourself under there and play from there.
Sounds good. Earlier today we saw Holland Hanley taking a provisional from the top of the bridge. What a shot. Best shot of the day.
Yeah.
I would say for Isaac.
And those are the kind of putts he needs today. When you're having one of those days, and I've had more than I'd like to admit, where you can't really make those 25, 30 footers. Oh no, straight out of bounds for McMahon. It's just such a relief to get one 3 feet away and just be able to mentally move to the next hole.
This finish and Heiser back at the end, and Macbeth just deep of the pin, trying to recover from the challenges he's had over the last few holes. He's in good position to do so there.
And, you know, we got to mention, in no way is Paul Macbeth out of this tournament. And that's a huge potential birdie there. Great follow-up to the big mistake on 16. Conrad's given back a bunch of strokes here at the end as well.
Just take a little mental video or snapshot of what this is like today. Relatively calm, no rain that they're dealing with. Things look very scoreable out there today. I don't think we're going to be as blessed with that the rest of the weekend. Remembering how good it was and what the opportunity was like today. We'll see how the rest of the weekend shakes out as McMahon. Brian, can you confirm? Originally they talked about all OB shots must go to a drop zone. Is that not the case? Did McMahon just play that correctly?
Yeah, Terry, he did play that correctly. Only certain shots go to the drop zone.
Yeah, according to the rules here on 17, Terry, it says drop zone. After any throw coming to rest out of bounds, the player may proceed to the drop zone with a +1 penalty throw. Now, in that scenario, he could have moved forward.
Correct, and that is.
So he chose not to, whether he knew it or not. And so that's the situation we just saw.
All right, thank you for the clarification. That was an update to the rules here just in the last week or so. At one point, it was played as any shot must go to the drop zone.
Barella for 5 in a row.
Beth waits for all of the possible distractions and sets up for birdie. All right, you're not going to miss anything as they clean up on 17.
have to understand how things are up here.
With this collaboration with Discraft and Grip, the goal is to make the best bag in disc golf on and off the course. This bag is designed beyond the course. This is made for the travel, this is made for the tour. It's really made for the athlete of the sport. So many new changes that I can't wait to show off and others see and use and utilize. I believe disc golfers will love this new bag.
This has got to go. Okay, that gets back in bounds for Paul McBeth. They're throwing this big hyzer because of that tree. Right there on the left side of your screen, they're going around it and then swinging back in. But you cannot go too far left. Got to avoid the big skip. Don't want to be in the left side woods.
AB really needs to let off of this. You don't want to go too far. It doesn't gain you anything. And even better positioning than McBeth. It's a little more center.
Yeah, and you know, you might be at home asking yourself the question, why aren't they playing straight? Try to get up that gap. It's very difficult to control the distance going on that straight line. This big hyzer allows them to try to use the height and the angle to check up into the zone that they really want to be in. A straight shot with like a mid or even a fairway would be very difficult to keep it in the middle of the fairway there.
We've seen Kelvin Heimberg doing some work over the last few holes. He's got 4 in a row.
Look how far up here he is in 2.
And that's his 3rd on the 18th. So he has that left to try and close out with 5 straight birdies.
Looking at hole 18, that tee shot over the out of bounds area with the big hyzer. You guys interested in a hot take?
Always.
Yes.
Phenomenally boring tee shot. Should be a par 4. Throw away tee shot. Never want to watch it again. But you're just trying to set up this tunnel shot, which is very interesting, I think. All the guys just kind of throwing this big high hyzer, spiking it to the exact same spot. If you don't make a catastrophic error, you're lining yourself up to throw this tunnel, which is pretty cool and compelling. We saw Calvin in the picture-in-picture just obliterate it and get way up here. You have the option of maybe laying down a roller through there if you want to. And then you've got this side hill situation with the basket, and it's a long way from where most guys are getting into to try to get up there. We've seen a ton of players 60 feet short, 70 feet short, and then you got OB wrapping all the way around on the backside.
And we were during the break, we were wondering, how did Barsby get that far past the pin? He's the one guy we've seen putting for birdie from beyond the basket. So that's an impressive feat by Greg Barsby.
Dickerson for a share of the lead. Talking about how the wind picked up while he was setting up for his putt there. Here's Barella. Does that stay clean? It does. So Barella.
Such an advantage to have that big sidearm. There's that big tree that's on the right side of this fairway that kind of is angled. It makes the backhand, makes the shot that Heimberg threw so much more impressive.
Absolutely.
But that makes the backhand so difficult.
Heimberg to finish with 5 birdies in a row.
Awesome.
Talk about a way to turn around what he's doing out here today. Closes out with 5 birdies.
You know, you say about Heimberg, one of the best players in our sport without a major victory. He's had several close calls. It's all come down to that final round for Calvin, but what a comeback in the late stretch, and what a nice finish for Antila.
Yes, and a great round, and for this man as well.
Antila gets 4 out of the last 5 to finish at 6. Dickerson gets 2 out of the last 4 to finish at 6. So as we take a look, this is your most Elite Series wins without a major title. Kelvin Heimberg has 9 with 3 major podiums. Simon Lizotte also has 9 with 5 major podiums. And Josh Anthon 5 and 6, and so on. And real quick, I'm going to take a moment. Congrats to Simon Lizotte and Natalia and family, celebrating the birth of his 2nd child today. Maya has been welcomed into the world as of this morning. So congratulations to Simon and Natalia and family.
That's great.
And
Who needs majors when you've got that?
Yeah, it looks like a major
gift
victory
right there.
Yeah.
Amazing. Just amazing.
So congrats yet again. But you love to see everyone is happy and healthy. McBath, beautiful flexing forehand. Exactly what you need.
As much as I hate the tee shot, I love the second on this hole. I think it's really a nice shape and tricky.
What an evening it'll be for Casey White. This will be his first, opportunity or position of leading a major championship after round number 1. Be a big day for Casey. He's going to have to manage his nerves and excitement all together. But a great day today out at Northwood Park.
Guys, I told you I was wrong before. Well, I was wrong just now again. I apologize. Looks like Mia, not Maya. I was simply mispronouncing the 3-letter word. Too many letters for me, apparently. So congratulations. I want to get it correct. Yes, Mia, not Maya. I misread that.
In looking at our leaderboard, it's so interesting. We had so many guys at 4 under at one point. And now by the end, there's just Joel alone at 4 and going to make the lead card. Just shows you how hard that finishing stretch is, I feel, because there was like 3, 4, 5 guys at 4 leading the tournament at one point.
And it's not the true finish.
Yeah,
right?
true.
But it's that middle chunk of the second 9.
Yes.
That it's one of those situations where you hope it's 1 step back and 2 steps forward with 16, 17, and 18, but some guys have taken 3 steps back and no steps forward.
Yes.
This guy's taking a lot of steps forward. Give him another one.
Fantastic.
And as they get into position, I want to throw it out to Brian Earhart one last time for today. What do you got for us, Brian?
You know, Terry, I'm so excited to see this course get played for 4 days. And I like it because these rounds are long and obviously they're grueling. I love seeing players run out of gas and then have to dig deep, get resourceful, and then find some sort of energy and spark to salvage the 1 under or 2 under par round that actually ends up being pretty good. You just see so much heroics out here, and I think 4 rounds here, it's just going to keep providing for us. So it's been great.
Well, you've been great, Brian. We appreciate the insight. Of course, everyone can follow along with Brian and Nate Perkins as part of our Tournament Central coverage throughout the weekend.
Nice battle back for Isaac. It's not such a dire situation. Finishing with a few birdies. But he will have to drastically improve his play over the next 3 days. If he has any chance of going back to back.
I feel if he can just clean up C1, I mean, it's really not surprising at all when we see him go 100% from C1 in a given round. And today I feel like he missed 3 or 4, you know, and that would be the difference for him. If he could kind of get some of those in, get all of them in, really. I really feel he almost needs to make them all from here on out, but that wouldn't surprise me if he cleans that up, and that would turn his round into something respectable.
No way.
Wow. A short miss by Barella will keep him at 2 under. Robinson is in and will close out his day at 2 over.
A little breeze happening. Just you can see the trees and that flag up on the right. Maybe that affected Barella with his putt. Of course, we couldn't tell, but that's one that he's going to want back for sure.
And McBath will move to 2 under with the birdie.
Really good bounce back by Paul as well over the last 2 holes.
So all the scores will get finalized. We're taking a look at our top 10.
Two under in the top 10. You don't see that too often.
Well, Casey White is our leader. He's at 7 under, and after his round, we caught up with him. Here's what he had to say.
I'm going to be talking to you right here.
All right, sweet.
Count us in here in 3, 2, 1.
Casey White's the leader amongst finished players here on day number 1 at the PDGA Champions Cup. Casey, you birdied half the holes here at Northwood Park. That's a pretty incredible rate. Talk about your round today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel very comfortable out here, so to hear that I birdied half the holes is sounds like I did something right. I actually, I did mess up a couple times, but even a couple mess ups can lead to a par if you save the rest of the hole with some good shots. So I told my caddy, bogeys are just going to happen, and as long as I can just keep making my putts, whether they're for par, for birdie, or for bogey, it's just on to the next. And this course is like no other, and it just kind of keeps your mind in a very small space, and it really helps you take it one shot at a time.
As most people know, you're from Shirley, Massachusetts, grew up there. There's a course there called the General. I've not seen it with my own eyes, but I'm told it's worthy of its name, and perhaps growing up there and playing that course helps you prepare for a course like this. Is that true?
Absolutely, yeah. Everything is a tight gap, lots of steep elevation changes and everything like that, backhand, sidearm, you name it. If you're not hitting your gaps where I come from, you're not going to have a good time, and it goes the same here out at Northwood Black.
It's a common question I ask players who maybe had a little bit of an off day or have some catching up to do. In your case, though, you're playing from the lead, going into Friday, weather could be a factor. Do you think about changing anything in your approach, or do you try to simply do your best to repeat today? What kind of changes could you make?
I think that there are certain shots that I threw in practice that I knew I didn't throw them as well as I would have liked, and I came out here today and threw them better than I did all week. And I think that can work in the tournament the same way. I can throw a shot great, but maybe I'll throw it better tomorrow. So usually I like to stick to at least the same shot selection, whether it's backhand or sidearm. And I might switch up a disc because, in the wet conditions, I might not be able to throw mid-range as far as I can in the dry. But I think that sticking to what is best part of my game, which would be the fairway department, is going to do me well out here.
You're going to be on potentially the lead card or the chase card tomorrow. We'll see how things shake out. If so, cameras on you the whole time. Do you like the feeling of eyes on you, or are you a little bit shaken up by that?
Anytime that I can get documentation of what I'm doing in my life is a positive in my eyes. I wouldn't want anything but that. And I always, I'm always the storyteller after a good round. I tell all my friends what I did, but I'd rather them just be able to see what I'm doing, especially my family back home and everything like that. So more cameras, the better.
Here's to more stories throughout the course of the weekend. Good start, Casey White.
Thank you.
And congrats to Casey White for the lead here today with that 7 under. Couldn't wipe that smile off his face, that's for sure. And that was before he knew what the rest of the scores were to close things out. But any takeaways that you heard from him there, Sexton?
It's hard not to root for Casey White. He's a positive guy. He's just having fun out there, and I think he's got a great attitude. So it's going to be a long road for him to try to hold on to this thing. He's got, every shark in the world circling him, but I wish him the best, and I think it's going to be a great day for him tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw Casey in Austin, Texas a little bit earlier this year, and he is such a positive guy, so excited about everything that's going on. And I love that outlook of the more cameras, the better, because that means you're doing something right. It's not that you're doing anything wrong. You're in the right position. You're the leader of the tournament. There's a long way to go. It's going to be not easy, but at the end of the day, he's the leader, and it's a good spot to start after round 1.
Yeah, very impressive what we saw from him and the way he battled throughout the round, even with a couple of hiccups on the card. It was far from a completely clean scorecard, so we know that he's able to battle back a little bit. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to have our OTB after show, including the OTB shot of the day. We'll see you on the other side.
Introducing Fractal Line Discs from Prodigy. Fractal is the new visual treatment joining Spectrum, Glimmer, and Glow as an additional aesthetic variation. Fractal line discs utilize a new proprietary processing technique, splashing colors in a complex motif that can trick the eye into seeing patterns while each element remains distinctive and abstract. It's calming, chaotic, and completely one of a kind. Learn more at prodigydisc.com.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back. Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
final look at hole 18 from our Flight Factory disc drone. Make sure you head on over to flightfactorydisc.com, pick up some merch to support some of your favorite pros out there on the tour. Discs and apparel along with accessories, all at flightfactorydisc.com.
I see like 5 T-pads. Just goes to show you this course is, wrapped up in a lot of different layouts. But
well, we need all those T-pads so we can give you all these highlights.
Exactly.
Including Anthony Barella off to a hot start on hole number 1, putting the putter all the way up there. Park job on the first hole. And then if it wasn't the driver, it looks like we had some putting as well. Macbeth from circle 2. Not a problem on the 7th. Niklas on hole number 16. Right underneath the basket. Up ahead on the next hole, 17. Chris Dickerson was able to convert for the birdie. And Casey White to take the outright lead, which he'll carry into round number 2 tomorrow. Picking up the birdie on the 18th. And if you want to hear from a bunch of our top players and additional interviews, you can tune into Tournament Central. That is available to you if you are a pro subscriber. We've got more interviews all on Tournament Central. And welcome back one final time, guys. 4 rounds. We talk about the weather that's possibly coming. I know we were kind of all looking ahead in the break about that. And then either one of you, just talk to me a little bit about pacing. What 4 rounds and a major on such a difficult track? What do you think about if you were putting your head down on your pillow tonight, playing tomorrow? What do you think about when it comes to things like pacing in a tournament like this?
I think, more than a lot of courses, it's about patience and it's about staying calm when you can and taking your time to breathe before shots. I think that's really important on a course this difficult that can be so treacherous, and understanding that, like, if you were able to lay back today and put together 5 birdies and no bogeys, much easier said than done, I know, but you're right there on the lead card. That's the kind of golf that can get it done out here if you can find a way to kind of manage your way through the course.
Yeah, I completely agree. And if you've watched any coverage of majors that I've been a part of, I always harp on routine. Keep it all the same. That way it's just this rinse and repeat every single day. And for me, that's always helped me in these major moments. And, maybe Casey White will be able to do that. But I know there's going to be an energy that's in him that he's going to have to manage a little bit tomorrow, because I think when you haven't been in that situation, you start to rush a little bit. We're talking about the patience here. You start to rush on things. When you make that little mistake, it seems like it's a much bigger mistake than it actually is. So it's not easy when you're playing a major over 4 days to manage your mental side of things, especially when you're playing out here at Northwood. But, that's why we do it. This is the most entertaining aspect of it. And we all know that this game is 90% mental and 10% physical, and I think we're going to see that over the next 3 days. With the wind, with the rain, with the sunshine, with everything in between, it's going to be very entertaining.
Well, and one thing, the last time we were in the booth was a couple weeks ago. We covered Jonesboro, and we talked about how that round ultimately closed out. 18 was always looming, right? We always knew there was anything that could happen. It could be a 2-stroke swing. What we saw on both the FPO side this morning as well as the MPO side, there was some real scoring opportunity. It wasn't a matter of holding on for dear life as you close out your round like it was in Jonesboro. Here we saw players kind of ramp up. We saw 16 getting scored on, 17 we saw a couple of basket hits and knowing that you can score, and then 18 we also saw quite a few of our players scoring on that. So it's just a little shift in momentum in that sense too. Like, you can't just get the lead and then hold back and sit on it. You're going to have to keep pushing probably all the way to the end.
I couldn't agree with you more there, but remember, 18 today played as the 5th most difficult hole. You add wind and rain to that green area, as soon as you come out into the open, all of a sudden all bets are off. So I do agree with you, though. you got to make moves at the end of the round.
Yeah, and to your point, 18's green is not only on the slope and the hillside, it's the most exposed green on the entire course.
Yeah.
So if we do have that wind pickup, we talked about anywhere from 10 to 18 mile per hour winds in the next couple of days. So, yeah, that could all backfire, and we could see that become one of the most difficult holes. Maybe we just saw so many of the good shots that I was a little skewed in my perception for how 18 played, but
yeah,
very impressive out there.
It still played over par for the day.
All right. Well, with that, you guys have any OTB, only the best shot of the day candidates?
I'm going Sullivan Tipton. That was an awesome throw-in. I know we had some ace runs, but I'm going Sully, and he looked good doing it too.
All right. We saw the Macbeth near throw-in that I almost called.
Yeah.
You got to like that. And a whole group of them on that hole.
Yeah, a bunch of guys. Couple basket hits were great. I don't think this is going to win, but I'm going to nominate the Chris Dickerson approach over the pond on 13. That turnover putter just landing so perfect from a difficult spot. Really a gutsy shot.
It was.
I feel like on a different day, you're right, that may take it down. But we had so many ace runs, including a couple off the top of the basket. Well, let's take a look at what production thinks. This on our final shot of the day, or OTB, only the best shot of the day, that is. Let's take a look. I'm guessing it's an ace run that hits some metal.
Yeah, you can't argue with this.
How was he trying to go inside the trees? It's amazing. Wow.
Well, we take a look at it from the catch cam.
Him and Yakub just getting super aggressive. What a shot. And he went on to make the putt.
Our only the best OTB shot of the day goes to Nicholas Antala. And tomorrow we're going to be back at it. The coverage starts at 8:30 a.m. Central. That is when you'll see Tournament Central get all fired up and ready to go. So make sure you join us there at 8:30 a.m. and then 1:45 in the afternoon on the men's side. For Brian Earhart out on the course, along with Nate Sexton and Nate Doss, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you tomorrow for the Champions Cup.